Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate sitting afternoon session. Iko sawa? Nimechukua dispute, alternative dispute. Dispute ni sawa. Committee of the House to consider about calling for bills. Adjournment of the Senate, pursuant to standing order, to adjourn until Tuesday, 30th. So kumaanisha next week,
Hakuna?
the whole of next week hakuna,
Up to 30th?
up to
Just
30th.
1 week?
Hiyo wiki ijayo tu. Devolution,
Oh, Devolution Conference, yes.
Na nini huwa hawaendi? National Assembly huwa hawaendi?
Alafu warudi tena wa break third? Ama wataongeza wiki moja? Watarudi tena 1 week?
Hawata break
si
hiyo
1 week.
second. So wanasema wata break
Kama
second
wanarudi,
December.
kama ni 30th? Wataongeza?
Can't pay me to be honest, okay.
Waende 2 weeks? Si wafunge tu mara moja. Kama watarudi 30th, watarudi 1 day. Hiyo 1 week, 30th, first na second only. Acha National Assembly ni second. Able to break haraka yake, I go for my leave. I want to go for leave. I want to go for my leave. Kiza. Probably, you never know. Stand by.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate sitting afternoon session. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the order paper this afternoon, the Senate members will be considering a number of motions. There are about 5 motions that this afternoon Senate members will be taking into consideration. Some of the motions include the adoption of the first progress report of the Standing Committee on Health on COVID-19 pandemic. They will also be considering the second progress report of the Standing Committee on Health on COVID-19 situation in Kenya, and preliminary findings on the special audit report on the utilization of COVID-19 funds by the county government. These motions are by the chairperson of Standing Committee on Health. There is also the motion on the adoption of the third progress report of the Standing Committee on Health on COVID-19 situation in Kenya, and the preliminary findings on the nationwide COVID-19 vaccine rollout. This again is by the chairperson Standing Committee. We also have about 4 bills that will be read for the second time, and there will be division in the House this afternoon. That is, if the House manages to reach the necessary quorum or the requisite number of members needed for division to take place in the House this afternoon. Some of the bills include the Heritage and Museums Bill. This is by Senator Dr. Alice Milgo. There's also the County Oversight and Accountability Bill. This is by Senator Ledama Olekina. There's also the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 37 of 2021. This one is by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. The other bill that is set to be read for the second time and also set to see the House go on division is the County Government's Amendment Bill that is by Honorable Senator Moses Kajwang. Again, this afternoon, there are also a number of bills that will see the House proceed on a committee of the whole. These bills include the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill. This one is by Honorable Senator Dr. Agnes Zani. We also have the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill. Then there's also the County Vocational Education and Training Bill, the Prompt Payment Bill, and the Startup Bill. We'll see the House proceed on a committee of the whole this afternoon. At the entrance of the chambers of the Senate House, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, has just stepped in to oversee this afternoon's session. I will now hand you over to the live broadcast. Good afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Mr. Daniel Waturu, a resident of Kinamba, Laikipia County, concerning radio frequency interference of Sawanga FM by Sidai FM. As you are aware, Article 119.1 of the Constitution states that every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the petition are: 1, that Sawanga FM is a community radio station operated by the residents of Kinamba, Ngarwa subdivision in Laikipia County. The objective of the station is to broadcast to residents of Kinamba in local languages on matters pertaining to development, education, farming, pastoralism, female genital mutilation, FGM, cattle rustling, and encouraging the community to live peacefully. That in the year 2015, Sawanga FM was assigned the frequency 99.0 MHz by the Communications Authority of Kenya, CAK, and started broadcasting on 16th September 2019 in Kiswahili, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, and Turkana languages, while observing all legal and regulatory requirements as stipulated by CAK. 3, that in March 2019, Sidai FM, a commercial radio station located in Narok County, installed a powerful transmitter close to Sawanga FM station and started broadcasting using the frequency 99.0 MHz, which had been assigned to Sawanga FM. As a result, the Sawanga FM broadcasting was affected, and the station started receiving complaints from its customers. 4, that the Sawanga FM raised an official complaint to the CAK, who confirmed the veracity of their complaint by sending their technical personnel. However, no action has been taken by CAK to rectify the situation. That the ownership of Sawanga FM has appealed to the ownership of Sidai FM with a view to having the situation rectified with no success. That the interference of broadcasting to Sawanga FM by Sidai FM has denied a large community their right to information, education, and entertainment, which they enjoyed from Sawanga FM. And that Sawanga FM has suffered losses as a result of loss of revenue from advertising, as well as listeners as a result from the complaint by Sidai FM. That the petitioner has made the best effort to have this matter addressed by the relevant authorities, all which have failed to give a satisfactory response. The petitioner therefore prays that the Senate investigates this matter with a view to recommending that the Sawanga FM station retains its frequency without interference by Sidai FM, and the Sawanga FM is compensated for the losses occasioned by interruption of broadcast by Sidai FM. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Cleophas Malala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's time to comment on the petition from Laikipia County pertaining the hacking of the frequencies of a radio station by one other radio station. Mr. Speaker, I think the mandate of the Communication Authority of Kenya is to regulate the media world, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as we are headed to elections, I think it is very important for the Communications Authority and the Media Council to ensure that they implement all the regulations as pertains to the ICT Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this does not only stop at radio stations, Mr. Speaker. We have seen even our personal phones being hacked by people who are purported to be in prison, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, privacy of personal information is very important, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it calls for the regulatory bodies, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they ensure everything as pertains to protection of personal information or business information is applied to the latter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, community radios or community TV stations are very important in our society as for now. They disseminate relevant information to the society. They educate the society. Nowadays, Mr. Speaker, the people in the villages do not wait even to listen to mainstream media. They depend on community radios, Mr. Speaker. They depend on community televisions. It is important for this House to know that community radios are not even allowed to advertise, to do commercial advertisement, and therefore they do not have even a source of income. And hacking their system is doing a lot of injustice to them, Mr. Speaker. They need to be protected. We have so many community radios which are not commercial radios, which need to be protected. We know that we exist in a world of competition, but that does not mean that those small community radios be treated differently, Mr. Speaker. It is very important for this House and the Committee on ICT, Mr. Speaker, to look into the matter seriously and protect not only that specific community radio station, but also other community radio stations. We have the code on which community radios operate on, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that these community radios and TV stations are protected adequately. We have seen learning institutions, Mr. Speaker, universities, coming up with community radios, Mr. Speaker. And these offer a good platform for our young people to have experience, Mr. Speaker. We have seen young people going and rising up from community radios to mainstream media, Mr. Speaker. An example in my area is the Must FM, which started with only 2 presenters. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, Must FM in Kakamega has a very wide audience, Mr. Speaker. It started from the ward in which I was an MCA called Mayakalo Ward. As we speak right now, Must FM is being heard even up to Nandi County. And therefore, it is important for this House and for the community on ICT to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we protect that specific community radio in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at all the radio stations, Mr. Speaker. Let them be ethical as they conduct their duty, Mr. Speaker. We have seen radio stations across the country, some propagating hate speech, especially the vernacular radio stations, Mr. Speaker. They incite their respective communities as we head for the elections. We need all the prosecutory organs or all the agencies which are dealing with the cohesion and integration in this country, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they monitor, especially the vernacular radios, Mr. Speaker, so that we do not propagate hate as we head to the elections. The main aim of broadcasting information in this country should be to ensure that we disseminate information that is going to help this country. We disseminate information that is going to ensure that we uplift the living standards of our people. Mr. Speaker, nowadays, I don't hear programs that educate our young people. When you switch on a radio station, you will listen to political debates only, Mr. Speaker. We want to have a regulation, Mr. Speaker, in future, which compels all these media houses to protect a certain segment for specifically education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, we used to have Swahili lessons on KBC. Nowadays, we don't listen to such programs. When you switch on KBC, when you switch on Citizen, when you switch on Nyota FM, you just hear that, Bungoma governor, incoming governor, so-and-so was in certain village, Mr. Speaker. We want to have information which is going to help our community. So many young people nowadays, Mr. Speaker, are addicted to social media. We cannot even control the young ones. You find a 5-year-old child, Mr. Speaker, accessing information on the internet, which they should not be accessing, Mr. Speaker, just because they are idle. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the content which the media is broadcasting must be looked into seriously. The Films Commission, Mr. Speaker, headed by Mutua, Mr. Speaker, should look into the content of these radio stations. We should not just give them a free space to broadcast whatever they want to broadcast. We have seen some programs, Mr. Speaker, which are embarrassing. Sometimes you sit in your living room with your children, but the programs which are being broadcasted cannot be consumed in a family setup. These are the issues as the ICT is looking into this petition. These are the issues that they should open up and ensure as we head to the next general election. Let us supervise the content the media houses are broadcasting to our generation. Otherwise, I want to join that petitioner, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that we adjudicate this matter and in good time, Mr. Speaker, because this is unfair for a radio station, Mr. Speaker, to hack into another radio station's frequency, Mr. Speaker. All this is business space which should be respected, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we'd like to call upon the chairperson on ICT to look into this matter in good time and ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the petitioner gets justice. Otherwise, I want to thank and implore upon Kenyans in in our country, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that whatever you have, our standing orders are very clear. Let us adjudicate whatever petition you have. We have several petitions, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think this House can fail to adjudicate on matters, and especially matters which touches on devolution. Mr. Speaker, as I speak right now, Kakamega County Assembly is having squabbles, Mr. Speaker, and therefore such matters should not fail to get onto the floor of this House and into the committees of this House to ensure that we help our devolved units stabilize, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and may God bless you.
You are actually becoming irrelevant. Senator Chila yako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Malala has spoken about everything and anything communication. But Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very important topic. Mr. Speaker, we are told time and time again that information is power. In order to access information and be powerful, if information is power, then there must be a media or a medium through which you access such information. Information velocity in communities is passed through community radio stations. So, Mr. Speaker, the important role community radio stations play in empowering people with knowledge, with information, cannot be overemphasized. This is something we know, and this is something that we must jealously defend. In fact, in developed societies, you have even freedom to be wrong. So the content of information should not be criminalized. The content of information should not be punished. In fact, people should be encouraged to get to know what is correct and distinguish it from what is not correct. So the whole idea of having a regulatory framework is not to mute, it is not to discourage the flow of information. It is supposed to encourage the orderly growth and enhance velocity of information that is consumed by our people. So as this committee looks at what we have before us, I want the committee to find out how is the CA, how is the regulatory authority enhancing communication, enhancing the velocity of the information that is being circulated. Not how it is clamping down on radio stations or how one thing is cannibalizing another thing. So it is important to have a regulatory framework not to hamper our freedom of speech or our freedom of information, but to regulate the way we utilize that freedom, to promote the utilization of that freedom, and to ensure that there are ethics and values that are protected within the environment that communication is shared. So I hope that the committee will, when reporting, tell us whether there are mechanisms to have radio stations set up everywhere, including every village. I am happy that we have a few in Migori. I am unhappy that there is no motivation or encouragement for people to open them up. And I am happy that without a free and alternative ways of consuming or receiving information, a society gets poorer. You get to do things the wrong way. You get not to know what is available that could be of use to you. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Laikipia. I want to thank the petitioner for raising this matter. I hope that the manner in which it will be resolved will increase velocity of and intensity of information, and the regulatory arrangement that is being pursued will not take us back to the dark ages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an opportunity to contribute in support of this petition by one Daniel Waturu from Laikipia County. Mr. Speaker, Article 34 of the Constitution provides inter alia that the media shall enjoy freedom and that broadcasting and other electronic media have freedom of establishment subject only to licensing procedures that are necessary to regulate the airwaves and other forms of signal distribution and are independent of control of government, political interests, or commercial interests, and that the state shall not exercise control over or interfere with any person engaged in broadcasting, the production or circulation of any publication, or the dissemination of information by any medium, and the state shall not penalize any person for any opinion or views aired in the media. Now, Mr. Speaker, CAK is the regulator, and fortunately, the chairman of CAK is an immediate former senator, and the CEO is an immediate former CEO of IEBC. And I hope they are listening. That, Mr. Speaker, community radios have become a critical tool in the management of community affairs in matters of security, mobilization of resources, mobilization of social welfare groups, and so on and so forth. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when our Committee of Security visited Laikipia, one of the things we learned is that there are local FM stations that make regular broadcasts that even issues warnings and alerts when bandits from the valleys are coming to raid and rustle their cattle. Now, to have one radio station taking up and jamming the frequency of another radio station is a criminal act, Mr. Speaker. And CAK, as the regulator, must ensure that when you license a radio station or a TV station, you collect revenue from the proprietors, and you have a corresponding duty to make sure that the frequency allocated to them is safe and cannot be interfered with, and any other licensee of another frequency should neither mute nor overlap nor jam the frequency for which a citizen or a group of citizens have paid money to the government and must enjoy that freedom. So this petition, Mr. Speaker, is not the only one of its kind. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to FM stations, and this, the Committee of ICT must call CAK to order. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can be listening to an FM station, and out of the blues, another FM station jumps in. So you start listening to very jumbled and muffled voices that you can't quite tell what is being broadcast. Or you are listening to music on one FM station and music from another bashes in and distorts everything you are listening to. So CAK, Mr. Speaker, must take stock of how many radio stations, whether local or national, whether vernacular or using national languages of English and Swahili, have been licensed, how many frequencies have been given to individuals. We also know some individuals, Mr. Speaker, who have actually taken more frequencies than they need to block others from accessing these frequencies. And this is the duty of Communications Commission of Kenya. If they did their work well, Mr. Speaker, there should not be any case in this country where no area can access radio broadcasts. You remember, Mr. Speaker, in the old days, when we had only one station called Voice of Kenya. In fact, when we were at the university, we used to joke that it was called the Noise of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Voice of Kenya used to be a monopoly, broadcast what they want, malign who they want, black out who they want, but with the freedom that came with the liberalization of airwaves and the rundown to the 2010 Constitution, things like what we see in this petition must be part of our history not part of our contemporary behavior. And I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that the Committee of ICT must summon the CAK leadership and call them to order to ensure that whoever is licensed and has paid revenue to broadcast material subject to acceptable content must enjoy the fruits of that license without any undue interference from a competitor, whether maliciously or otherwise. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, it makes a whole nonsense of the idea of licensing a radio station and then making it impossible to function. Then it does not make sense at all. And I want to urge that the Committee of ICT, when seized with this matter, must not only deal with this Laikipia problem, but also address issues and direct CAK to carry out a proper audit across the country to ensure that every licensee to practice and run a broadcasting station, whether radio or TV, enjoys unlimited and uninterrupted broadcasts to the people of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Petronila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity also to make a comment on the petition to the Senate by Mr. Daniel Waturu concerning radio frequency interference of Sawanga FM by Sidai FM. Mr. Speaker, from time immemorial, radio has been declared severally as the most effective tool for communication in educating, informing, and entertaining people. When it is a community radio, it has even a more effective impact on people. We are on the issues of farming, for example, even making people live peacefully, like what has been happening in Laikipia. When you have a radio station like Sawanga FM, then you are able to communicate to people the right message so that people can live harmoniously. You'll be able to communicate issues of cattle rustling, issues of fight over the scarce resources in an area like Laikipia. So, Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in encouraging Sidai FM to have a proper dialogue with the Sawanga FM so they can reach an amicable solution. That said, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the ICT committee, and I'm glad that the chair of ICT committee is here, he will be able to take up this matter and deal with it effectively. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, so I don't get prejudiced as a member of the committee, I'll stop there and support the petition. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Senator Jilayako?
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important topic, and the chair of ICT was involved in a very animated discussion, not hearing the weighty points that are being raised here. Would I be in order to request him to follow this? This is very key.
The chair has heard. Okay. What's your point of order, Senator Ndiritu?
Mr. Speaker, just to inform my colleague that I am a member of ICT committee, and I was discussing with the chairman this important statement. We were discussing it, Chair.
What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula?
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders prohibit members from standing on frivolous points of order or giving information and guising it as a point of order. Mr. Speaker, are you satisfied that the distinguished senator for Laikipia was on a point of order? He was pursuing a misadventure that is far from a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, he was, it was not a point of order. So you are ruled out of order. Senator Abdullahi Ali.
Mr. Speaker, it's good that you have informed one of your panel members that they should not stand on frivolous point of orders. I don't know otherwise how they will take care of the House in the absence of this substantive speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the petition that it's unfortunate that is it called the commission is giving out wavelengths, or what do you call it, frequencies to different radio stations. You are told that the 90 which Sawanga was using before, another radio station was given the same frequency, and then they do it on the same wavelength, which are the same frequency, Mr. Speaker. This is very sad. I just read through here that Sawanga was formed by a CBO from a certain Ngarua sub-county in Laikipia. So obviously, from my understanding of that area, they have already stated that it was telling the people in Kikuyu, Turkana, Kiswahili. Is there a reason why a radio station from Narok should come there? Is there some community in that area which was denied to be part of Sawanga? Was that a reason? Without prejudice, Mr. Speaker, don't want to go into what really caused this, but I will ask the committee to look into it fairly and see what caused that, because I don't understand why the commission should give a frequency to a radio station in Narok to come to Laikipia, to come and announce, and overshadow the other one. So obviously there's something fishy here. The committee members, including the senator for Laikipia, should look into this and tell us why a radio station from Narok comes all the way to Laikipia to overshadow, unless there's something else there. So look into it and tell us what's really going on. Thank you, and we want fairness, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Langat.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to support this particular petition. And I want to say that it is quite unfair that the Sawanga radio station, or Radio FM, has been shortchanged by, I think, Sidai FM in one way or another. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that media houses are so important in what they do. And whenever they deviate from the same, the disaster is equal to what they could do very well to the society. I'm always aware that the functions of the mainstream media is always to educate the society in whatever is happening, more often than not also in weekly basis. They also do set agenda that people normally discuss in terms of participating and contribution of ideas. So if any radio station can set an agenda in a different context, that one is grievous. And I want to say, unless these particular media stations are fully controlled according to the law or regulated by the CAK, Mr. Speaker, they can do more damaging things than they can do good. I remember in 2007, on post-election violence, you remember very well, Mr. Speaker, that most of the local radio stations were actually vindicated on the same. The way they were broadcasting in an unprofessional way, castigated or emotively raised suspicion and even encouraged the post-election violence. So I want to say that they must be regulated and controlled. For example, this one already, which their frequencies overlap with the frequencies of another radio station. They can do grievous things, which actually the burden will be transferred to another one, which is not actually a victim. So I want to support this particular petition and say that the committee, it's very important today that the chairman of the committee is around, and I know he will take it seriously because he's also a participant in a way. He owns some radio station, and before he is affected on the same, he should act in a proactive way so that he can settle the matter. So I want to say, Chair, Mr. Speaker, that I support fully this particular petition, and I sympathize with this particular radio station because of the struggles they have gone through seeking for assistance in one way or another, but all in vain. But I want to thank them that they have brought the issue to the right place. I am so happy that people still regard Senate so high as a panacea to most of the issues that are affecting them. So I want to say, as senators, we should continue upholding our status in the society because the society still trusts us. Imagine after going all these stages and they have not been assisted, they have looked at the Senate as the only hope. So I'm sure the chair is here and permanent solution to this particular problem will be arrived at as soon as this particular petition get to his hands. Thank you. I support this particular petition.
Senator Nderitu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to confirm that Sawanga FM is in Laikipia and they have been operating with that frequency of 99 until when Sidai came and took those, the same frequency. Mr. Speaker, it bothers me that the ACK are supposed to be sure when they are allocating their frequencies, they should know this frequency is owned by so-and-so, then they don't double allocate. After they allocated the same to Sidai FM, now we are having problem in Laikipia because Sawanga FM has been communicating to many people in terms of educating people in Ngarua, in people in Swipili or Moran, in Nyahururu, all the way to Salama in Mutara. And after this frequency was allocated to Sidai FM, Mr. Speaker, we have these every time there is interruption, bringing into losses of people of Sawanga FM. It's a CBO, it started as a CBO, so it is for the community, Mr. Speaker. All what I want to say is that the committee ran and by the chair, Gideon Moi, they must deal with this matter to the bitter end so that the people of Laikipia and especially the owners of Sawanga can have their fair share because they are paying for the frequencies, but they are not getting value for money. They have been doing their work properly, educating people in terms of female genital mutilation, educating people about agriculture, and until when Sidai took over, now it's becoming difficult for them to communicate. They're ending up losing money. So, Mr. Speaker, this matter must be handled quickly and diligently so that people of Sawanga FM can get their fair share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the petitioner for bringing this matter to the Senate and having confidence in the process of the Senate. And I'm happy this issue of radio frequencies, Mr. Speaker. If you have noticed, there is irregular access to radio frequencies. Sometimes when you are driving across various regions, there is interference. Other radio frequencies interfere more than others. So I think the Commission Authority of Kenya, CAK, should tell Kenyans, because we know the coverage of radio in this country is very, very high. Mr. Speaker, when you move across the country, across the nation, the more accessible listenership is through the radio frequency. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the fact that there is always online frequency that is being used through social media platforms. That is the new aspect in terms of listenership to the radio programs. But Mr. Speaker, the Committee of ICT led by Senator Gideon Moi, who is here, should be able to assist the country and talk with CAK, especially as we move to the general elections, Mr. Speaker. We know as we go into general elections, there will be many people who are using radios either for political campaigns, for campaign advertisements, and many others, Mr. Speaker. And we know the ghosts of ICC, Mr. Speaker, And if you look at the history of genocide of Rwanda, most of the spread of attacks of genocide was used through radio. So if we do not have proper regulation and allocation of frequency, and we issue frequency in not a proper manner, Mr. Speaker, it means that somebody who is a ghost can open a radio frequency and use it as an incitement or create inflammatory across the country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to call upon the Committee of ICT to rein on CAK. Let them allocate frequency based on many factors, based on frequency, whether it has been given to other radio stations, whether that region has been allocated a slot, whether they meet the certain standards, whether even, as we finally, Mr. Speaker, whether they will maintain political sanity as we go into 2022 general election, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope and believe that within 60 days, as stipulated by standing orders, the petitioner, Mr. Speaker, should be able to get feedback and should be able to get the report. We don't want to see the petition for Viga, the issue of Maseno that came back yesterday, Mr. Speaker, where the committee had stayed with the petition from one and a half years. So, Mr. Speaker, we hope that when it comes back, it should come back within 60 days so that the petitioner, Mr. Speaker, can be very happy and see that justice has been done to them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Senator Milgo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to also add my voice to this petition. And let me thank my former chair, ICT, for, I'm no longer a member of ICT. Yeah, for doing this, and I'm sure he'll be able to follow this to the letter. Mr. Speaker, sir, when it comes to issues of media plays a critical role in actually creating awareness in the society in very many issues. Like it gives information, like when it comes to issues like currently what is going on in the country, in the chat that was just concluded was for the registration. And you'd go across various areas and know that some people are not heard. But whenever we have media working very well, such information can be disseminated very quickly. And in addition to that one, media normally connects people and normally, in this case, encourages them on the way even to treat others, to behave, to create peace, and even avoid conflicts. Mr. Speaker, sir, when it comes to this particular case of Sawakanga FM, that is meddling around with the frequencies of Laikipia County, this actually causes a lot of challenges because we know the listenership to the Laikipia FM, in this case, are losing out on what they would otherwise be listening to each and every day. And maybe they do not even understand the language for that matter that is being, that is coming through the current FM. Mr. Speaker, sir, Communications Authority of Kenya is a culprit in most cases. I was a long time, for a long time I was a member of ICT, and we did realize that they would promise that they are actually controlling frequencies in such areas. They would promise that they have even distributed 2G frequencies, and when you go to such areas, you find that there was nothing. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you'd go to areas like Malapa, for example, and Turkana areas, the northern areas, you find that there is a lot of overlap of frequencies from Uganda and Kenya, and in most cases, normally people are put in the dark when it comes to listening to news or even information that would otherwise have assisted them in very many ways. I am sure that this petition will be sent to the ICT committee, and Senator Gideon Moi is equal to the task. I know how we normally handle issues very well, and I know he'll get to the root cause of this matter and be able to establish so that the Laikipia people and those from the other Maasai region will not come in conflict again about issues FM or in this case media, while at the same time they have been in conflicts when it comes to issues cattle rustling. Mr. Speaker, I support this petition.
Okay, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 2321, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Information and Communication. In terms of Standing Order 2322, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Senator Gideon Moy.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 18th November 2021. 1. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Laikipia County Assembly for the year ended 30th June 2020. 2. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Laikipia County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2020. 3. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kwale County Assembly for the year ended 30th June 2020. 4. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kwale County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2020. 5. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kilifi County Assembly for the year ended 30th June 2020. 5. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kilifi County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2020. 6. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Nyeri County Assembly for the year ended 30th June 2020. 7. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Nyeri County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2020. 8. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Taita Taveta County Assembly on the year ended 30th June 2020. 9. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Taita Taveta County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2020. 10. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of West Pokot County Assembly for the year ended 30th June 2020. And finally, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of West Pokot County Executive for the year ended 30th June 2020.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gideon. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Okay, I don't see those who are to give notice, so we defer the 2 notices of motion. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Okay. Statement, Senator Isaac Ngugi Githu. Not there, deferred. It's online, okay. Senator Ngugi. Okay, we defied. Senator Taita Taveta, Senator Jones Mwaruma. Senator Mwaruma. Senator Mwaruma. A challenge. There seems to be a challenge Okay. Senator Beatrice Kwamboka? Not there. Senator Christopher Lagat? So it's far there. This one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I rise pursuant to the Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding claims of discrimination against locals on job opportunities by Bomet University. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should, 1, investigate claims of discrimination by the university administration regarding the sacking of non-skilled locals who have been working as casuals since the inception of the university and have since been replaced by non-locals. Number 2, the committee should state whether the recruitments at the institutions have met the criteria of regional and ethnic balance as is required by Articles 10, 2B, 27.4, 56C, and 232.1, H, and 1 of the Constitution. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, they should provide a comprehensive details of the employees with regard to the rank, designation, and ethnic origin. And lastly, they should outline measures taken by the Commission of University Education, if any, to intervene where there has been blatant disregard of the law in recruitments at the University of Bomet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Malala?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information.
Order, Senator Langat.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information and Technology regarding the funding of the Konza Data Center and Smart City and its construction by Chinese telecoms company Huawei. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline the total cost of the project, indicating how much has been paid so far, if any, and the outstanding balance, including any interest payable. 2, explain the circumstances under which the Chinese lender made direct payment of 4.4 billion of the government fund from foreign borrowing to Huawei Telecoms Company. 3, explain why the said foreign borrowing was not paid into the consolidated fund as required by Article 206 of the Constitution. 4, explain why the said foreign borrowing was not appropriated and withdrawn in line with Article 222 and 223 of the Constitution. 5, state the reason why the financing agreement for the Konza Data Center was signed on 19th April 2019 during the Belt and Road Initiative Forum, almost 2 years after the contract award date of 22nd June 2017. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, ascertain that the country will get value for money for the project, which is a Kenya Vision 2030 flagship project. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Malala. I don't see any interest. Senator Chararge,
yeah. Mr. Speaker, I rise to stand and support the statement by Senator Malala by saying two things. One is that this is an outright violation of the Constitution. And I think if this, as he has indicated, that the Constitution was followed in terms of borrowing and many other aspects into consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, this is a clear violation of the Constitution. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when we approach development partners and we borrow, the money that being borrowed, Mr. Speaker, should be used in the right use, Mr. Speaker. The development of concert city and smart cities is the way to go, especially to decongest cities like Nairobi, cities like Eldoret, like Kisumu, like Nakuru. That is the future. When you, Mr. Speaker, when you travel across the globe, there are coming up smart cities. So if somebody somewhere in Konsa or any other are misusing funding that we are taking, and Mr. Speaker, the sad part is that this money that is being borrowed, Mr. Speaker, all Kenyans will pay for it. So if someone somewhere is misusing and abusing and corruptly this amount that has been borrowed, Mr. Speaker, of a payment of 4.4 billion, that is very unfortunate. And I hope if we had a functional DCI and DPP and EACC, someone would be behind the bus, Mr. Speaker. And I hope they would be as swift as the way they did to the former Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Ogola. I wish that swiftness could be applied to such issues. We would have seen many people facing serious issues, Mr. Speaker. And the DCI, Mr. Speaker, finally, is that before they take anybody to court, I wish they would do investigation so that in future, Mr. Speaker, people are not taken to court without proper investigation. But let's hope that swiftness that we saw yesterday in Magereza House can be applied elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Next order. Okay, Senator Cherargei, why are you standing up? We have statements that Chair Finance is not there, so I defer. Chair Health is not there, I defer. The Chair Standing Committee on Information is ready. Senator Gideon.
Mr. Speaker. Order 51, to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on Information and Technology for the period commencing 1st July to 15th November 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, our committee held a total of 18 sittings, considered 3 statements, 1 bill, and engaged with various stakeholders on issues pertinent to the ICT sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee met with the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, and the Committee and the Commission on Administrative of Justice to consider the statement on the status of the access to information regulations.
Senator Gideon, I think the senators are saying they can't hear you well, so maybe you raise your voice a bit.
Volume.
And you're in charge of volumes. So.
Yes. On the status of the Access to Information regulation under the Access to Information Act, as requested by Senator Samson Cherargei. The committee noted a challenge to the operationalization of the Act, where the regulation-making authority is vested in the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of ICT, while the implementation and reporting of the Act is vested in the Commissioner on Administrative Justice, which is administered from the State Law Office. The committee resolved to rectify this challenge by sponsoring an amendment to the bill, the proposed Access to Information Amendment Bill 2021, which is ready for publication. Mr. Speaker, sir, subsequently, the committee considered the statement on the protection of personal data by technology companies as requested by Senator Samson Cherargei. The committee met with the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of ICT and the Office of the Data Protection Commission. The committee is happy to report that the measures are in place to ensure the security of the personal data of all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is currently considering a statement on alleged monopolistic practices by telecommunications company Safaricom PLC as requested by Senator Petronila Were Logorio from Baringo County. To this end, the committee has met with the Competition Authority of Kenya, mobile networks operators, Airtel Kenya, Telcom Kenya, Safaricom Limited, and the Ministry of ICT, of Innovation and Youth Affairs. 7, the issue of competition in Kenya's telecommunications sector is a recurrent issue that calls for continuous interrogation as mobile phone penetration in the country stands high. At the heart of this matter is ensuring that Kenyans across the country have affordable access to all mobile networks. The committee is set to meet with the National Treasury and the Central Bank of Kenya to delve into the issues of mobile money interoperability. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee considered and passed without amendment the Office of the County Printer Bill 2021. The bill seeks to establish the office of the county printer in each county, which shall be responsible for printing and publishing a county gazette, as well as advising the county government on all matters relating to printing and publication of documents. 9, with respect to regulations, the committee held a retreat with the Office of the Data Protection Commission to review draft regulations, namely the Data Protection General Regulations 2021, the Data Protection Regulations 2021, the Data Protection Compliance and Enforcement Regulations 2021. The regulations that are in draft format and the first regulations towards the operationalization of the Data Protection Act 2019 and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the execution of its oversight mandate over the ICT sector, the committee resolved to periodically meet with semi-autonomous government agencies and the committee to oversight. In the period under review, the committee met with the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication to deliberate on the progress of the Institute. The committee noted achievements of the Institute, including the launch of a radio station, but took note that there is room to innovate and improve offerings from the school through collaboration with stakeholders in the mass media. 11, the committee conducted an inspection visit to Konza Technopolis. This was a follow-up visit from the committee's first visited in 2018. The committee noted significant progress in the implementation of phase 1 of the Konza Master Plan, including the completion and occupation of the office block, and most notably, the operationalization of the National Data Center that is available for use by government agency. 12, the committee met with the Commission Authority of Kenya, CAK, to deliberate on the status of connectivity in the county in relation to election preparedness. As this House is aware, the Committee of the 12th Parliament made connectivity that enables a minimum of second generation 2G for every Kenyan its primary priority. Mr. Speaker, this is even more paramount as the country prepares to issue licenses for the 5th generation 5G connection. We are happy to report that with the implementation of phase 2 of the Universal Service Fund, USF, funded last mile connectivity projects, only 279 sub-locations will have less than 50% coverage. Mr. Speaker, sir, as innovation in technology is largely private sector driven, the committee has been committed to creating a conducive policy and regulatory environment for business to thrive. The committee has engaged with digital taxi hiring service providers on the proposed National Transport and Safety Authority Transport Network Company regulations. Private players, both local and international, have made submissions to the committee alongside other players in the sector. The committee notes that 15 concerns with the regulations are multi-sectoral, cutting across technology, transportation, and labor issues. It noted that the disruptions in the transportation industry are a glimpse of larger disruptions set to occur in every industry. This case study will set a tone and influence national dialogue on the future of work and gig work. Mr. Speaker, sir, concerning agri-tech, the committee met with liquid intelligence technologies who are deploying Internet of Things, IoT-based solutions to enable smart agriculture. In the context of climate change, agri-tech presents an opportunity to revolutionize agriculture and improve yields through sustainable agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the 6th session of the 12th Parliament, the committee intends to, one, conclude the statement on alleged monopolistic practice by Safaricom PLC and report to the Senate. Continue to oversight the implementation of the Universal Service Fund connectivity projects. C, facilitate dialogue on the regulation of digital taxi hailing services and conduct inspection visits in various counties to inspect connectivity, the implementation of the digital literacy program, and the rollout of the national optical fiber backbone infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Petronila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend the chair of the ICT committee for such a thorough presentation. And I want to comment, Mr. Speaker, that ICT committee is one of the thorough committees. I have worked with other committees as well, but it's one of the most thorough committees. I'll give an example of the statement on the monopolistic tendencies by Safaricom. We have managed to have meetings with almost all stakeholders in the telecom industry to get to the gist of the matter. And I know that when that report comes to this House will be properly informed. It will be a thoroughly done report, and I want to thank the clerks of ICT committee for a good job. The same with the Office of the County Printer Bill. That bill was also done very well by the legal committee or the legal representative in the committee. I want to commend them because we ended up not having any amendments because that bill also had come earlier and the legal committee or the legal team was able to include all the issues that had been raised earlier. Mr. Speaker, as we move on, however, I would like the committee to look at the issues of media ethics. As we move to the general election, we would love to see the media be fair and just in their presentation of news in radio, TV, and even print media, so that they are not looked as if they are favoring only one presidential candidate or only two presidential candidates, when we know that we have others, for example, like Musalia Mudavadi, who is also vying. So media ethics should be a point of concern now for the committee moving forward so that they are fair in their reporting towards the general election, to reduce tension and to make sure that all Kenyans have an opportunity to make a choice in terms of who they would like to vote for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise in support of the quarterly report, the chairman of ICT, where I also sit. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that I am a member of 3 committees in the Senate, and I wish to reiterate, without any fear of contradiction, that if there is one committee where members have exerted themselves and given themselves to service, then it is in the Committee of ICT. Mr. Speaker, I have just heard the Senator for Nandi, who is now engaging my chairman and taking away his attention from my presentation. I've heard the Senator of Nandi contributing to a statement from the Senator of Kakamega on Konza City, pushing a very dangerous narrative, saying that he would want to see people arrested on account of an audit query. Mr. Speaker, if people are going to be arrested on account of audit queries, then there will be nobody left in offices to work. The thing to do is to make sure that because that matter is now properly before a very competent committee of the Senate, that matter shall be prosecuted properly, and the truth shall be brought to light. Mr. Speaker, I want to specifically mention the issue of the statement that was actually brought to the committee by Senator Were, which the committee has really done a very thorough job on, and which is awaiting a final report of the committee. The statement on the alleged monopolistic tendencies of Safaricom. Mr. Speaker, that is one statement that has elicited a lot of positive interaction between the committee and stakeholders in the industry. I really like the submissions that have been made available to the committee by Telkom Kenya, by Airtel, by Safaricom itself, by the Ministry of ICT, by the Communications Authority of Kenya, Competition Authority, and Mr. Speaker, the committee has been able to really get inside information about the performance of Safaricom.
Order members. Senator consulting Lawtons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for coming to my rescue. You know, Senator Cheruiyot is very excited to see Senator Gideon in the House. He can't sit pretty, on his chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that on this matter of Safaricom, as the chairman has said, that the committee is going to be retreating to do a report on the operations of Safaricom, on alleged abuse of a status and attendant issues around pricing. The Speaker, this committee will do a thorough job on that report, a thorough job. And the interest of that person who buys airtime worth 20 shillings will be at the heart of the decision, the final report of this committee. The Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also join in to thank the chair of the ICT committee for presenting his quarterly report. And it's clear that the committee has been active, doing some positive work. Going to the future, Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge the committee to pay some attention to online lending, which, Mr. Speaker, is commonly called Fuliza. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, every time you want to send some money to somebody, they quickly send you a message and say, don't send on this number, send on this one. Because the one they tell you not to send has a Fuliza loan. And these Fuliza loans, Mr. Speaker, are not being controlled by the central bank. So they charge interest that cumulatively is very punitive.
What is it, Senator Sakaja? Okay, okay.
Yeah, we are told, Mr. Speaker, that online lending is now choking about 430 billion is it in a year? Yeah, that's very substantial sums of money, Mr. Speaker, and it is helping the ordinary people because they borrow in small bits and pieces of shillings, but the cumulative total of interest paid is unconscionable. It's actually Shylock interest. I also want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that when the chairman walked in, we were dealing with a statement from Laikipia where CAK seems to be not paying sufficient attention to protection of frequencies that are given out to individuals or groups that pay for community radios and other electronic communications. That again is an area, Mr. Speaker, that the committee should ensure that there are no overlapping of frequencies, that there is no jamming of one frequency by another, and that there is no abuse by those who are bigger against the smaller players in the industry. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because we know that competition always brings quality, competition always brings fairness, and when the regulator makes sure that whether it is Airtel or Safaricom or Orange or any other player, they have to compete fairly so that wananchi get value for money in terms of service delivery. So I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that as we go to the elections of 2022, the ICT ministry must make sure that the whole country gets a 3G coverage because, Mr. Speaker, transmission of results is going to be electronically done, and we should not have any situation where somebody in Loyangalani cannot transmit results with ease because there is no proper frequency and there's no proper coverage. We want the whole country to be, Mr. Speaker, covered fairly so that we all enjoy the fruits of modernity. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that when we go to elections, we must run away and move completely from the suspicions we have had in the past as to whether the transmission of results are doctored, interfered with, to create incorrect results, and so on. Last and more important, Mr. Speaker, the committee must also work with the cybercrime section of the police in stamping out, churning out of fake news. Mr. Speaker, fake news is almost overriding our society in terms of communication. People just sit in their sitting rooms and coin fake news and spread them as fast as they possibly can, causing fear, uncertainty, and despondence among the population. We should make it a crime for anybody to generate fake news and disseminate to the population because, Mr. Speaker, this can easily ignite a fireball in the country. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, somebody churning out a fake news that some prominent Kenyan has been gunned down or has been maimed in some mysterious attack. It can have the result and effect of people taking the law into their own hands and acting in revenge on the basis of news that is incorrect. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the control of airwaves by criminals in committee. Mr. Speaker, every other day, I'm sure it is true to everybody here, you get a message from a criminal in committee congratulating you for winning a raffle you have never participated in and sending you information that you pay in this account to receive this money. This kind of criminal behavior, Mr. Speaker, has to be dealt with, because many people fall prey to this kind of things. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the creation of parody accounts on Facebook. All the time you find, Mr. Speaker, and many of us have been victims. Somebody just sets up a parody account on Facebook and says, Senator for Kericho is finalizing the process of lending money to so and so and so and so, and you can borrow by registering with 3,000. And gullible Kenyans will pay in, thinking that by paying into a fake account of the Kericho senator, you will then be given money to buy a motorbike and ride as a boda. Again, Mr. Speaker, we need the police to be on high alert, and the ICT committee should get into this so that these cyber criminals are also dealt with, because they are wreaking havoc on our unsuspecting citizens, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we must continuously try to improve the frequencies and the clarity of communication. Of late, Mr. Speaker, you get the impression that Safaricom is becoming a victim of its own success. Their service provision, Mr. Speaker, is creating a lot of unnecessary problems. You are listening on a phone call from somebody, another call comes in and truncates the call you are listening to. Or you are listening to a phone call from somebody, then it suddenly goes off. And I think the ICT committee must ensure that the success of Safaricom must be matched with continuous improvement of technology, so that we get high quality services for the money that we pay. Because whether it's Mama Mboga, whether it's a boda rider, whether it's whoever, every frequency you use and airtime you spend, you pay for it. And we want to pay for good quality services, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Committee of ICT, led by Senator Gideon Moi, one of our principals in the One Kenya Alliance, and I thank the other principal, Senator Wetangula, for his comments. Mr. Speaker, just two things that are really critical, and I'm glad Senator Gideon is listening and is here. Of everything he's spoken about, which of course is very important, there are two areas that we need to conclude and sort out as a House. The first one, Senator Moi, is the issue of digital hailing applications. This is a matter that, Mr. Speaker, we've tried to deal with from 2015, before I came to the Senate. Our drivers, our young people in Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, who are driving Ubers, Bolt, and all of those other applications. Mr. Speaker, these companies have been competing in what we call a race to the bottom. And Senator Mutula brought a question to my Committee on Labor, which we said we must deal with jointly, and we started the process. In fact, at some point, NTSA started going around doing public participation on the regulations, but COVID came and they stopped. Mr. Speaker, if you get into an Uber today, I'm not sure you use Ubers, but I'm sure you sometimes request for some to be used. Mr. Speaker, for your workers, your staff, etc. Mr. Speaker, the minute you pay in that cab, immediately 25% goes to Netherlands, to Uber BV. 25% of what you're paying that taxi driver. Many times from here, for instance, from here to Lavington or from here to Kayole, it's like 300 shillings. That Uber driver, and the reason we had a lot of accidents around COVID, they have to drive 18 hours a day to make sense of what they're being paid. So the first thing we said in the regulations, the draft regulations that came, and I wish the chair of delegated legislation was here, the commission that goes to these companies cannot be 25%. It must be maximum 15% of the commission. And then number two, and we engage with the Competition Authority, the Ministry of ICT, the Ministry of Transport. there must be a minimum rate per kilometer and per hour or per minute, because the race to the bottom. So you might enjoy paying a low rate, but this person, in fact, in January, Mr. Speaker, 4,000 Ubers were being auctioned. 4,000. And I hope everyone listens, because whether it is bottom up you're talking about or 6,000, these young people are there. They cannot be able to afford servicing. And of all who went for those Ubers to buy them at the auction, they were taking them back. It's a vicious cycle. If you take an Uber in the US, in DC, or in New York, immediately you get in, there's the charge that goes to the state. The commission is not that 25. Kenya is the, I think, 28th. It's one of the highest in the world. And then on top of that, the per minute per kilometer rate is sensible. So we said, look, let's set a minimum. And the Automobile Association of Kenya has been helping and said, look, we know what is wear and tear. We know what amounts to, fuel.
What is it,
the cost of fuel.
Rokorio?
Just point of information, and I'm sure Senator Sakaja.
Senator Sakaja, do you want to be informed?
Would like to be yes, he's willing to be informed by me. The regulations being prepared by NTSA have set a limit of 15%. 15% that now goes to the originators of the application. So we look forward to the finalization of those regulations, and they're almost being done. So we hope things will improve. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the protocol of reinforming the person who has informed you. Because what she's talking about, and I'm grateful, Senator Petronila of ANC, those are draft regulations. And what the minister is now doing is saying that for them to set up minimum pricing, because the 15% is there, and I remember we've discussed, because we pushed that at the Labour Committee, which you are a member of, but they're saying that this minimum pricing or minimum pricing formula, that they want to hire a consultant to start a procurement process of looking for a consultant to try and agree on a pricing formula, and we're saying that will take a year. There'll be another government. It'll take too long. What they should put in the regulations, if you sit in delegated legislation, is this. Because I sat with the CEO of Uber, Bolt, all of these companies, and we agreed. They said within themselves they are willing to have a minimum, a floor. The only problem is when today Uber sets it at 5 shillings per minute and whatnot per kilometer, another company goes lower, and so they race to the bottom. But they're willing to self-regulate. So what should be there in that regulation is just one line, that the Cabinet Secretary, in consultation with stakeholders, should set periodically a minimum rate. When fuel goes to 139, the rate for Uber is not changing. So you find someone has taken you from here to the airport at less than 1,000 shillings, yet it's how many kilometers away, and fuel is at more than 126 shillings. So that is the first thing, which is, and I beg, I'm willing as Chair of Labour to sit with you as Chair of ICT and Chair of Delegated. We complete this within the next 1 month. The drivers are restless. The second and final thing, Mr. Speaker, that was on digital hailing applications, is on the issue of media stations, our broadcasters, and Safaricom. Mr. Speaker, there's a report that my committee is tabling because we look at issues of creative industry. And the creative economy is very related to ICT. Today, our media houses owe our musicians more than 600 million shillings in unpaid royalties. Yet these media houses are being given their licenses, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, when you wake up when your child wakes up in the morning, what do they see as entertainment? Alejandro from South America. They see, all these Spanish soaps because they're not paying local content producers. So our musicians, our actors, our film industry, before renewal of any of these licenses, whether it is Citizen, KTN, KBC, whatnot, let them pay our musicians what they owe them, our artists what they owe them. I thank Safaricom, because Safaricom has reviewed, and this is a long fight we started with Bob Collymore, and I thank His Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, because he's the one who actually pushed it from 16% to now it is at 40% with the amendment on tax. We want 50%. As I finish, Mr. Speaker, let me give an illustration. Before, when you bought a Skiza tune, when they call you and you hear that music on your phone, the actual musician was getting, out of a shilling, they were getting less than 10 cents of their own work. The bulk of their work was going to the CMOs, to the CRSPs, the content service providers, and to other brokers. Now it has moved to 40%, and Safaricom, and I think Ms. Ndego and Sylvia Mulinge gave me a commitment that by December, our artists should be able to get 50% of the value, and it should be even higher. Because they say part of the cost is the Huawei technology. I know Senator Gideon understands this issue very well. That infrastructure has been paid back. Let us give our artists what they deserve. The entertainment and the creative industry is a frontier for our economy. In many countries, the richest people are the musicians. But in Kenya, they're being given handouts and they were using them for political rallies. It should be the ones who should be donating to us, not the other way around. So if Senator Gideon Moi, you deal with those two things, you'll have done such a great job for this country. And that will be the legacy of your committee. And I'm sure people will look at your presidential ambitions a bit more favorably. Of course, I know it's very favorable. But these two things, please, digital hailing taxes and royalties and skiza tunes for our artists. Thank you very much, and thank you for the good job that you're doing in the Committee of ICT. Thank you.
Senator Chararge.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to thank the ICT committee led by Senator Gideon Moi by saying the following. Mr. Speaker, I want to add on what Senator Sakaja said, that the future of making money, especially to young people, is in IT or ICT, Mr. Speaker. Remember sometimes last year or I think last year, Mr. Speaker, we were discussing about TikTok and how young people go and use their TikTok apps to be able to make money, where even promotions, Mr. Speaker, and I think even as KRA, I'm being informed that KRA nowadays are monitoring our social media through what we call people exposed. That is, they are following. But what I really wanted to make the point is that there is a way that young people can make money through IT. Even ads, you have seen the applications that we have in our phones, and I think the greatest challenge is how to translate that to the money that young people can be able to survive, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I really want to ask the committee that in terms of the online content consumption also, we need also to be careful, Mr. Speaker, even as we approach to 2022 general elections. There are a lot of parody accounts both in Twitter, in Instagram, in Facebook, and you can imagine if the regulatory body do not up its antenna, Mr. Speaker, it will be very hard to ensure that the social media platforms are properly regulated so that we don't, fake news is all over, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes by the time it is being rectified, Mr. Speaker, it can cause a lot of damage, not only to individuals who are people like us in politics or public figures, but also to institutions, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes it can erode the trust. So I hope in terms of regulation of digital content within the social media platform and other forums and websites, the ICT committee should be able to take it up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also an aspect of other companies that, especially money lending, as Senator Wetangula, I want to insist that it is rightfully that it has reached a time that we need to regulate the issue of money lending and even issues of betting, because nowadays you open your phone, there are requests of betting companies, they just want, I was told a story of an old mama somewhere here in Kenya, the son decided to buy 6 sheep for the mother to be busy. But the mother, I can't name the radio station and the TV, it's popular in this republic, decided to sell the 6 sheep by just betting and hoping that he will win. So even as we discuss, there is a creeping, especially to young people, especially to gambling and betting online, and I think it has reached a time. What we did then when I was a chair legal, when we did miscellaneous amendment, did not cure the issue of betting and gambling within the young people, Mr. Speaker. So I hope going into the future, the IT committee must advise the ICT ministry on how they can ensure young people are not addicted to gambling, to betting, Mr. Speaker, so that the third and important point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of privacy, right to privacy. This matter has been decided before, Mr. Speaker. I heard one of our colleagues saying that sometimes you are making a phone call, another phone call comes in, or you hear echo. Those are just NSIs listening to our phone. But that issue was resolved in a court of law. And I hope the chairman, one of the principles of One Kenya Alliance, Senator Gideon Moi, should note this very carefully, that these big brothers are listening, contravening the law. This matter on right to privacy was decided by the High Court. It was meant that you cannot listen to any phone call without a court order or without being sanctioned by the courts of law. But unfortunately, as we talk today, the tracking that they are being used, the listening of what we call the big brother, Mr. Speaker, is very dangerous to our country. I agree that sometimes our security agencies, but they need also, and I hope Safaricom and other companies that give out a coverage network should also be very careful so that they don't give unlimited access to DCI and other agencies to be just accessing and be able to track the individuals within and be able to interfere with the privacy, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, finally, as we go, I saw the IEBC discussing about the network coverage, that some of the areas in this republic do not have access to 3G. We saw others on 4G now. We are approaching that, Mr. Speaker. I think it is very important as we go to general elections, since this, there will be electronic transfer of results from polling stations, polling centers. Mr. Speaker, I hope and believe that each and every part of Kenya should be able to have access of 3G. Although there is a joke, Mr. Speaker, that is normally made that when anger is there, it takes ages for food to reach. But when it reaches voting, the ballot papers arrive very fast and very easier. So I hope in that, I am not saying other issues are not important as water, as roads, but in the integrity and in protecting the integrity and the sacrosanct of the vote, I hope the IEBC and through the National Assembly and the ICT committee with the ICT ministry must sit down with the preparatory committee and ensure that each and every part of Kenya reaches 3G. If you have received 1 vote in a polling station, let it be 1 vote. Let it not become 10. If you have received 10, let it not become 1 vote. And I think if we protect the integrity of electoral process through the IT and through the ensuring that there is integrity within the IT, Mr. Speaker, is very important. So I hope the Senator Gideon Moi led ICT committee should be able to fast track some of those issues, but we hope that they will give more innovative ideas to ensure young people will benefit from digital content. And I know for us who are in Kazi, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you when the Hustler government takes over, God willing, these are some of the issues of digital content that will harness and create more opportunities to the young people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to also add my voice to and make a few comments on this report by the Committee on ICT, a committee that one of the committees I feel proud to have been a member for quite a number of years. And there are many things which I see they are continuing to pursue, which began during those years. Mr. Speaker, you know, I used to think I know a lot about ICT until sometimes last Senate, under the chairmanship of now CS Mutai Kagwe, who was our ICT chairman then, we had the opportunity to visit the Panasonic headquarters in Tokyo, Japan. And they opened our thinking of what our potential is as a country and the many things that we are getting wrong. Some so basic, some so complicated. There was a silver lining, though, in that visit, because as part of their display and the things that they showcased to the rest of the world is this system that was touted. I think it costed 15 or 20 billion in Mombasa, Nairobi, I think in Kisumu. The security cameras that capture ongoing activities within a city, but most of the time we have ended up not using it. Actually, on many occasions where there have been crimes, of course, I've seen Kenyans wake up excitedly and say, okay, if that crime happened on Kenyatta Avenue, remember the issue of the late member of parliament, I think for one of the constituencies in Kiambu here, Kabete. And people said, oh, if it happened on Kenyatta Avenue, then we have security cameras there. They should be able to point out and show, but then only to be reported that the the gentleman who was on duty that day had switched off and forgot to switch it on. Typical Kenyan behavior. And if you read through all these, many of the reports that they are giving, is about missed opportunities. Things which, if you had been better organized and more serious with our work, you'd have appreciated how far this beautiful country of ours would have gone just by leveraging on technology. Already we are being hailed across the rest of the globe that Kenya is actually the Silicon Savannah of Africa because of our 5G network, and we have a bulging young population that actually leverages on ICT to do many things and many innovations that have come out of this country. The challenge remains about us, we that are in leadership positions, to perhaps take our work a bit more seriously and find a way of unlocking the potential that exists in this particular space, Mr. Speaker. If you read about the countries that have been able actually to produce a lot of intellectual property in the ICT space, it's because there was something intentional about their leadership, where young kids from a very young age, right from primary school all the way to university, were introduced to this world and they grew into it. If you read through this particular report, and I was making this comment to my colleagues as we're listening to comments from the rest of our colleagues, is that ICT space works on disruptions. How disruptive has the work of this committee been? And how do you know if a committee's work has been disruptive? You know it by the number of phone calls that come to our phones as members of Senate. If you find people who are in a particular space beginning to call you and say, hey, Senator, there's this report done by this and that committee, I don't agree with it, then it tells you that that committee has done some disruptive work. It's unfortunate that, and I commend, make no mistake, Senator Moi and members of ICT committee, that I appreciate the work that you guys have done, read through your statements about 18 things that you have considered. But I'm saying it would have been more glorious if there had been disruptive reports that you had brought to this house to the point of members being engaged. One of the issues that you considered, for example, is this issue about the market dominance by Safaricom. I wish that we once had a report presented from this committee that had suggested something that will shake their business but make our economy better. To a point, yes,
what is it,
I don't mind being informed by Senator Wambua.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform the Senator of Kericho to be patient, sit back and wait. The report on market dominance or alleged market dominance by Safaricom is on its way. The committee is yet to do the report. You just complete, and you heard what I said in my submission. By that time, you were very excited with the senator. I said we have received a lot of contribution from all stakeholders actually in the industry on that alleged market dominance and abuse of dominance in the market by Safaricom. So we are retreating very soon to do the report. And when the report comes here, be ready to contribute to the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that information. My only worry that is, by the clock of this house, it's already 5:30 p.m. Just a few minutes before the rise of the house, figuratively. So you need to hurry and perhaps present us with that particular report so that we think about it. There's an issue, Mr. Speaker, about the Universal Service Fund. It's one of the issues that I referred to earlier, that this is work we began last term, actually, in this particular committee. There was a big push, and that's why I commend, and I can never buy the false report that is sometimes sold out by prophets of doom about Senate and its place in this republic. It was actually out of the work that was done by this House that Communications Authority began using actually the USF to roll out connectivity to some of these far-flung areas in our country. Otherwise, before that work, I think we did that report in 2016. Before then, that money was just accruing in Communications Authority, and it was at that particular time when we were told, I think the figure was somewhere close to 20 billion shillings that it was just growing and it was good wealth. And you know what will happen in this country if you have such idle fund. By this time, with a government such as the one currently in power, that money would have disappeared. But at least out of the push of the work that was done by this particular house, I have seen that the committee is now updating us that out of the phase 2, phase 1 actually is what began in 2016, that phase 2 of that USF fund, last mile connectivity project, only 279 sub-locations have less than 50% coverage. This is good and well-informed, Mr. Speaker. The reason why this becomes very important, Mr. Speaker, is that, and I'll marry this with a point raised by Senior Senator Moses Wetangula, is that in terms of election transmission, if you read part of the contestations and the complaints that are being raised, and even at this particular point, part of the areas where people are beginning to raise concerns are the number of polling stations that at that particular polling station, you don't have connectivity to be able to transmit the results to both the constituency, county, and national tallying center. It will be important, Senator Moi, and alongside members of this committee, to perhaps, as you continue with your work, invite actually IEBC together with Communications Authority so that we can be informed how many out of the 40,000 polling stations in Kenya still continues to have this challenge, Mr. Speaker. We should not go to the election with polling stations that do not have any connectivity at all. Because at this particular point it is important to have, I believe there are other secondary measures actually that can be deployed by IEBC, and this fund actually can provide the tools to be able to do to carry out that particular exercise, so that you are sure that on 9th of August, when Kenyans go to election, each of the 40,000 plus polling stations across the country will have good connectivity and the results will be relayed real time. This business of having to wait until, I don't know, 2 or 3 days later should be a thing of the past if we are able to unlock that, that potential, so that perhaps the following day, on the 10th of August, all you are getting, actually, if that was to succeed, Mr. Speaker, by 9 p.m., you should be able to know who has won, who has lost, and perhaps you just await verification. Because how long does it take? You know that by regulations of IEBC, there's no polling station that has more than 700 voters anymore. If it's a center, then it's not more than 10 or so. Within a few minutes of counting, the same should be able to be relayed. And this USF fund should be able to bypass, because election is an important part of our society, and we need this fund that is available for this particular use needs to be appropriately deployed so that we enjoy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a second last comment is the issue that was spoken about by Senator Sakaja, these taxi hailing applications. Perhaps this part of the reports that we expect from you, Senator Wambua, because you spoke passionately about work that is still ongoing, and I know this is by way of update, is that we need to expedite, because you remember, we don't have to get to the levels that, if you recall a few years ago, these taxi hailing app drivers used to come and camp outside Parliament saying, as our members of Parliament, please pass legislation so that we are not exploited. And this is within our national laws, because we are not protecting our citizens from exploitation. If you go to certain countries that are blessed with different resources, people ensure they are actually particular about how much resources they allow to move out of the country. Can you imagine 25% of all the rides that happen in a particular country in a single day just moving? Yet there is absolutely no investment beyond that particular intellectual property they own of this particular application. I mean, it is within us to sit down and say 15% as we had been informed, but in fact, if you had to ask me, I don't think more than it should be anything beyond 10%. That should be enough to safeguard the interest or the running of those organizations. In any case, we are a third world country, and they do appreciate that as part of their business enterprise. They shouldn't be milking as much from people that are already struggling. Countries such as Kenya, 25% is too exorbitant. Therefore, we really hope that we shall be able to conclude on this work, perhaps by way of legislation or regulations, so that we do not go actually to the next election with this particular. He wants to inform me another thing. I don't mind, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So long as my time is held.
It's, may I bring to your attention that we are past the statement hour, so please keep it short.
Sure, Chair. Speaker. You know, Senator Kericho is making a very important point, really a very important point on those taxi applications. But perhaps what he should be talking about, and this is an engagement we can have, is why can't we have homegrown solutions to these things? And ring fence those homegrown solutions and make it very, very difficult, by the way, for those solutions that we can offer to our people, for foreigners to penetrate and start offering those services. Because as you're saying, surely 15% of profits made by every single taxi in this country, rang into thousands, it's too much money going to foreign countries. Those apps, we can develop those solutions here, and the money remains here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps that's a challenge that we need to take up, actually. And I appreciate that there are many such brilliant young Kenyans. For example, if you go to Kericho County, the county that I represent here, you'll hardly find anybody on Uber. There's an application called Wasili, which I see many young people use, developed by a local. In any case, people should not feel guilty about this. The Western world actually thrives on doing the same. When we innovate anything as the African continent, many of the times, by the time it gets to the Western world, it will be actually a carbon copy of what we have produced, but perhaps the only thing they change is the name. So in any case, that's fair. It's a fair game. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I do recall, and I want to challenge this particular committee to keenly look about it. One of the things that the rest of the world has used actually to raise revenue is by way of taxing bad behavior. And you tax bad behavior by use of technology and ensure that, one, you curtail people from misbehaving in the particular area. For example, if you use road safety as an area that you want to use technology to curtail bad behavior, by use of these cameras, all it will take us to do, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that our number plates are electronic and you actually drive with a card or a chip that is already funded. You jump a traffic light, money gets deducted. You don't stop, you overspeed, money gets deducted directly, and you just get a message on your phone. All these people that are misbehaving in this city, people who don't have the patience, it's a simple solution, but we can raise serious amounts of money and ensure that instead of having to go back to tax Kenyans with a lot of these petroleum levies and, we can raise and generate the amount of money that we are actually looking for to ensure that there is safety on our roads by use of technology. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is a goldmine of opportunity. And I hope that as we continue to do our work and as a committee continues to update us on the work that they are doing in the ICT space, they will as well be creative in their proposals and find ways that are in tandem actually with the demands of the 21st century in ensuring that as a country we are prosperous and we are leveraging on the opportunities that exist in this country to make it better and prosperous. Otherwise, I appreciate the good work done by this committee, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this chance.
Thank you. Finance Senator Olekina. Keep it short, Senator Olekina, please.
I'll do it at the same time. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to comment on this very important statement by the Committee on ICT. Let me begin by appreciating the work done by the chairperson. I remember even in the last quarter, I had a statement that dealt with the issue of Safaricom. And the way the committee dealt with that report was something which is highly commendable. So I must appreciate you for the good work. Having said that, there's a big issue that we've been talking about in terms of Safaricom and all the other telcos. I'm happy that you dealt with the issue and it is good to give credit where it's due. Because earlier on, if you went to Safaricom or any other telco and you register a line, there's no way you would know whether there's any other telephone line registered using your ID number. Now there's a short code, and that came out as a result of a statement that I raised, and the committee took over the matter and ensured that today when you go and register a line, there is a short code that you can be able to dial, and it can show you all the other telephone numbers registered under your name. That was a brilliant way to be able to even to stop criminals from stealing your ID, putting their own pictures, and using your ID card number to be able to register a line. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy with the work that you've done, particularly, and the committee, of course, particularly with the county printers bill. I hope that the National Assembly will be able to expedite it, and we can be able to have it done. I'm happy also with the work that you have done in terms of the data protection preparation. Also, particularly, today I spoke to somebody from CAK, and they mentioned to me that they are in Turkana, and the money that they are using is from the Universal Service Fund to ensure that they prepare for these elections, so that by the time we are going into the election, results will be streaming. Because in the last election, we had a challenge where there were so many problems when it comes to the issue of connectivity. We have one big problem, Mr. Chairman, which I'll be very happy through Mr. Speaker, which can be dealt with. And it has to do with the issue of debt. Today, I read in the papers, and it worries me, that Safaricom is now trading in the same line as Kenya Airways. Over the last few months, they have accumulated debt, which is about 5 times the debt that they had. Last year or a few years ago, the debt that Safaricom owed was only 14.7 billion. Today, we are talking about 76.9 billion. You know, that's a lot of money. And we know some of that debt has come as a result of their investment into the country of Ethiopia, but we have to be very careful, because if Safaricom is now trading in the same line as Kenya Airways, Kenya Power, and Kengen, we have to worry about the monopoly. This is a country where today, even M-Pesa services go down for a day, the whole country is, collapses. The economy collapses. So we have to be very careful. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the Committee on ICT need to be able to follow it closely to ensure that we are not put in a situation where we depend so much on one company, such that because of its debt and because of uncertain times during this pandemic, you don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. With this COVID pandemic, you know, the economy could be crushed. When we traveled to the US a few months ago, the supply chain had already been interrupted, such that when you go even try to buy a shirt in a store, you cannot be able to find one. So we have to be extremely careful, and I hope that the Committee on ICT will be able to monitor closely. Because Safaricom is one of the companies that Kenyans have invested heavily on. Kenyans believe in that company. You know, if you go now, it is the biggest bank in this country. You know, some of us believe that we should be able to separate the two, M-Pesa to become a complete bank and Safaricom to become a telco, so that in the event that the telco service collapses, at least our economy will still continue. You know, sometimes you want to transact and you are told we are doing a service maintenance to a Safaricom line. It worries you. So, Mr. Speaker, that would be something that I would encourage the committee to take up, and, just suo moto. You don't have to be, a statement does not have to be raised in this House. You can be able to follow up, because it will be able to help us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on this issue of media houses, and in terms of what is owed to musicians, I had my colleague, Senator Sakaja, making very passionate submissions. But I'll be very careful, because when you now venture into a business arrangement, and most of these radio stations and TV stations, they don't necessarily make a lot of money. There's other agreements which are made between the media houses and the musicians so that they can be promoted. I think we have to be very careful not to use the power of licensing to be able to deny Kenyans an opportunity to earn a living. You cannot come up and say that before a license is renewed, you now have to go in and check whether they have paid musicians. We know very well that Music Copyright Society of Kenya was a cartel organization. So not everybody was benefiting from it. So I think we have to be very careful and ensure that we liberalize this service completely, such that these other people who come up with their music, they can decide to form their own cooperative and decide to sign their own agreement with any telco to be able to develop this issue of skiza tunes. You know, in fact, others are developing. They can be Kale tunes. They can be Kao tunes. They can be any other tunes. So long as we do not monopolize this, because the moment we monopolize it and we use so much power to be able to stop businesses from growing, we will be venturing into unknown territories. There is no way you can be able to say as a prerequisite
What is
unless...
What is it, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked, but is it in order for my good friend Senator Ledama to almost discourage media houses from sorting out their obligations to our young musicians and artists, while they themselves who appeared before the committee, and Mr. Speaker, that is why it's important to read reports, they themselves accepted that they owe our musicians, including from your county, money. There is what we call the blank media levy. There is what they pay to the CMOs. I'm not talking about, Skiza is Safaricom. I'm talking about content. When your music is played on a radio station, there is an amount that comes to you. When your media is played on a TV station as a movie or a series, whether it's Papa Shirandula or whatnot, there's what is supposed to be paid. And they themselves as media owners, including one who's sitting very close to me, admitted, maybe it's behind me or in front, we don't know, admitted that yes, they owe this amount of money. They had challenges during COVID, but they committed that they pay them. Let us not make it look like they have an excuse not to pay. Our young people are suffering. I'm in many groups of creative economy where young people, you know, I've been a musician. Mr. Speaker, when a musician is selling his instrument, it's like you cutting off your hand. Things are bad. They cannot pay rent. They cannot pay school fees. They cannot pay hospital bills. We cannot come here and say that it's okay for musicians and actors not to be paid, but all these media houses are paying foreigners. They're paying Universal Records. They're paying Bollywood. They're paying Hollywood. They're paying South America. And that's how our children wake up and think there's no talent in Kenya. Our talent, we have to watch South American soaps. So I think it's not in order to encourage media houses not to pay. They must pay. And they themselves have said they're willing to pay. Let us not make it look like there's a window, Mr. Speaker. That's very dangerous.
Senator Wambua. Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. On the same line with Senator Sakaja. Actually, it's not that they are willing to pay, Senator Sakaja. It's always a cost in the budget. It's always a cost in the budget. But it is easy to not pay the Kenyan musician and get away with it. But you can never get away with using content from outside the country. Mr. Speaker, I speak as having sat in that media house and made those decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina, maybe Senator Olekina will tell you more than what you think.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there was anything out of order there. I think those were point of debates, and I think everyone in this House is entitled to using their mind. Mr. Speaker, Senator Sakaja, if he listened carefully to what I said that we should not have it as a prerequisite. We cannot say that because you've not paid these media houses, we will not renew your license. That means that any business now going into work, if it owes Nairobi City County, they will not be given a license to operate. You're killing the economy. So what I'm saying also is that I am not trying to suggest that we should destroy the careers of young people. No, let us encourage them. But we have to be pragmatic. What I'm saying is very simple. that there are different types of arrangement that can be made by media houses. I know, Senator Sakaja, you could be preaching to the gallery, you could be trying to make your statement known to the youth of this country, but let us be factual. Can I finish?
What is it, Kipchumba Murkomen?
And then can they quote the...
Mr. Speaker, Senator Sakaja, who is a musician by his own right, an artist by his own right, has raised a very important issue in regard to protection of our local content producers and copyright owners. And instead of Senator Ledama accepting that to man is to err, or perhaps that he is not an expert in that area, he is trying to impute improper motive on a senator by saying is playing to the gallery. By the way, Mr. Speaker, there is nobody in the gallery. Yeah, and if the gallery, if figuratively saying the gallery is the people of Kenya who are watching us, yes, we are here for, that is why this house is a house of record. This is a house where we have answered. All of us are playing to the gallery, including himself, if that is supposed to be the definition. But you cannot impute improper motive on our colleague. And the information that has been given by Senator Sakaja only serves to improve what my colleague was trying to issue. In fact, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I know SK Mashari and Citizen TV, because I'm in the know, have been working on a mechanism for protecting content producers and ensuring that they become like a Sony or these other record labels. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's in order for our colleague to impute improper motive on Senator Sakaja.
Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, we can't let the distinguished Senator for Narok get away with this. Standing Order 96 is very clear. My distinguished nephew, the Senator for Narok, Mr. Speaker, on this matter. And the standing order, Mr. Speaker, is very clear. It shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language, whether in respect of senators or other persons. Further, no senator shall impute improper motives to any other senator or to a member of the National Assembly except upon a specific motion. Mr. Speaker, there is no single senator here who speaks to the gallery. We speak to the Hansard. And whatever we say here, Mr. Speaker, is a permanent record. You can go to the library now and read the speeches of Tom Mboya, of Mzee Moi, of Mwai Kibaki, all those pioneers. And there is none that was addressing the gallery. They were addressing the nation and the people of Kenya. And this, Mr. Speaker, my very good friend and the champion of Maasai culture, has to withdraw and apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina, it is so clear from a standing order 96-4, and you have to withdraw and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, let me state it very clearly that I have a lot of respect for Senator Sakaja. And at no point did I impute improper motion and motive. You know, I didn't. So if, but if my good friend Senator
Olekina
believes that,
no.
I withdraw and apologize, and we move on. What my point is very clear, Mr. Speaker. When we pass laws, we should not be creating laws which are punitive to the economy. What I'm saying, what is out of order in that?
What is it, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the matter of imputing improper motive is not a matter of conjecture. It's in the Hansard. You cannot say that a senator or a colleague is trying to, speak to. We are speaking about the law. And the law you're talking about, Section 46A of the Copyright Act, sets tariffs that must be met by all broadcasters. And if they don't meet that, then they forfeit their license. It's not something we've come up with in our Committee of Labor. So, Mr. Speaker, let's be guided by the laws that exist. That's the Copyright Act that exists, Section 46A. Please, Senator Ledama, just get acquainted with it. Or if you're in a matter where you're not clear, you're not clear about what's going on, just you don't have to go that direction. Mr. Speaker, I think he must withdraw unconditionally. You don't say if, yet you've already given the direction that he needs to withdraw. Don't say that if I said, he said, and it's clear.
Senator.
I think I was very clear that I withdrew and apologized, and I moved on.
Okay.
The issue is very clear, and I want to...
And can you summarize?
Summarize. My time has been eaten up, Mr. Speaker. Can I just finish my line of thoughts? My point was very clear. What I was saying is that the committee needs to be very innovative in trying to advise the media houses, advise the telcos on how they can create these business opportunities for the youth. For instance, Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage the Committee on ICT to come up either to amend the laws so that individual TV stations, radio stations can be able to sign contracts with particular musicians to avoid a situation where the money is sent to a cartel and those musicians who are supposed to be benefiting do not benefit. Because there was a big problem. There was a big cartel running the Kenya Music, was it the Copyright Society? Kenya Music Copyright Society. Thank you very much, Senator Wetangula, for reminding me that. So the idea here is to be creative, to be able to come up with legislation and to come up with proposals or even motions that can encourage our artists to be able to be creative, because when you are creating your music, you have a market, a ready market that you can be able to sell your services to. Mr. Speaker, to finalize, I wanted to reiterate on this point that the committee should now really pay a close attention to these telcos so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we have invested so much in a telco and then tomorrow it goes belly up, crippling the economy to a point where so many people will suffer. I'm very happy with the work that the committee is doing. The fact that I brought up a statement, they moved expeditiously, called CAK to appear, called all the telcos to be able to appear, and finally, we got solutions. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my statements, I just want to congratulate the committee and encourage you to continue, but at the same time, let us not encourage legislations which will cripple businesses, but rather legislation which will be able to support this economic growth. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Statement from Senate Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, as honorable senators will recall, on Wednesday, 10th November 2021, the Senate resolved to alter the calendar of Part 6 of the 5th session to proceed on a one-week recess in order to allow the Senate to participate in the 7th Annual Devolution Conference. The conference is scheduled to take place in Wote, Makueni County, from 23rd to 26th November 2021. As such, no business has been scheduled for next week. 2, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity to encourage all honorable senators to attend and participate in this important event in our devolution calendar. Honorable Speaker, upon resumption of sittings on Tuesday, 30th November 2021, the Senate Business Committee will meet to consider and approve the business of the day, which will also include business that will not be concluded from today's order paper on Wednesday, 1st December 2021. The Senate will continue with business that will not be concluded on Tuesday, 30th November 2021, and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee, which on Thursday, 2nd December 2021, the Senate will continue with business that will not be concluded on Wednesday, 1st December 2021, and any other business that will not be scheduled by the Senate Business Committee, including an adjournment motion at the end of the fifth session pursuant to the Senate calendar. Thereafter, the Senate will adjourn until Tuesday, 8th February 2021. Honorable Speaker, with respect to the status of legislative business before the Senate, there are 10 bills at the Committee of the Whole stage, 23 bills at the second reading stage, 4 of which are pending division, as indicated in today's order paper, as orders number 8, 9, 10, and 11, respectively. Additionally, there are 24 bills undergoing the concurrence process pursuant to Articles 110 of subsection 3 of the Constitution, and will be introduced in the Senate upon completion of this process. Other business before the Senate include 14 motions, 51 petitions referred to respective standing committees, as well as statements pursuant to standing orders 47 and 48. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind honorable senators that you have only 3 sitting days left to the end of the 5th session, and as such, I urge all honorable senators to avail themselves this afternoon for the divisions on the 4 bills scheduled in the order paper, so as to allow for a month's transition to the next, a smooth transition to the next stage. I also encourage senators with business listed on the order paper to be in the chamber to prosecute the same, including committee chairpersons and senators proposing amendments to bills listed for the Committee of the Whole. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Gideon Moy. Thank you. Senator, statement by Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern regarding the operations of the Intelligence and Strategic Operations Department of the Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, SARK leverages on the immense potential of intelligence gathering and analysis, among other strategies to combat tax evasion and other tax-related crimes. The intelligence management function of the ISO has been key in the collection of information relating to tax evasion, cybercrime, and corruption. This has continued to enhance the institution's capacity to penetrate and quash tax evasion cartels. However, the department is now engulfed in allegations of poor policies and practices that inhibit legal transactions. For instance, in its intelligence gathering role, there have been cases, and very many cases, of prolonged holding of consignments on allegations of tax evasion, an exercise which has affected business operations and trade for a lot of the traders in this country, and more so in Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the roles of the department is intelligence reporting. There have been allegations of ISO department overstepping and withholding relevant information from other departments and thereby inhibiting the overall functions of KRA. Effective linkages are necessary between the ISO, other departments, and stakeholders to enhance the fight against tax evasion and other related crimes. I appeal to the Commissioner General of KRA. In fact, the Commissioner General of KRA was in charge of that department before, and it was working very smoothly. I don't know what has happened. He needs to ensure that this ISO works within its mandate and ensures that the effective linkages between departments geared towards increased revenue collection. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I urge that person to Standing Order 47.3 kindly, because a lot of our traders and importers and business people, whether they're in footwear, clothing, textile, etc., are affected. And there's crazy demurrage costs now because things are held at the customs. That, Mr. Speaker, you refer this matter to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to intervene and ensure that there is strategic collaboration within KRA with the aim of enhancing legitimate commercial enterprise while at the same time improve on revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, one department, when consignments have come and they go through different checks, one department, Mr. Speaker, has now become notorious of slowing down the process. And when, today I'm speaking to some of my traders from Kamkunji, and there are 40 containers, issues of vitenges, issue of footwear, issues of, what is coming into the country. And they just held for no apparent reason. Another department can touch it. I asked Mr. Speaker, because I know the Commissioner General was in this department and it was working smoothly, just to assign this to the Committee of Budget, because I can't call them to labor, to see how we can unblock this. KRA is supposed to facilitate, not to impede or slow down business by Kenyans, because they're paying taxes and they're willing to pay taxes. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I thank KRA and the President, Uhuru Kenyatta. I brought a statement here on double taxation of footwear importers and of $1 per pair. And I sent the same message to the President, and immediately he responded. He sent me to KRA and to Treasury, and we sorted that out. And I thank him for that. However, it seems that they're now using another route to again try and stifle that business. So I don't know if somebody is acting on the interest of a certain group of Kenyans. They're stifling that and many other areas where our people, including your people, are being affected. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Through my discretion that has been provided in Standing Order 47.3, I commit that statement to Committee of Finance. You can comment on it, but be precise here. Yes, because you can give so much information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And once again, I think it's important to give credit where it's due. The statement by Senator Sakaja is very timely, and I just want to encourage the Kenya Revenue Authority to consider themselves 50% owners of any business in this country. And the success of that business is the success of revenue collection in this country. And, delaying containers because of intelligence gathering really can affect your ability to collect revenue. Every so often we read in the papers that KRA has lost about 7.6 billion in maybe accounts which are held offshore. Sometimes we'll hear that they have not hit their target. The best way which I can recommend for them to be able to ensure that every quarter they are able to reach their target, if they start treating every business in this country as partners. Nothing stops you from allowing traders to bring in commodities so that you can actually follow and collect the revenue. So I think these are some of the new ideas that we can borrow from the West. In the US, if you have a problem with the IRS, you have to go sit down and negotiate. And once you negotiate, they treat you with cordial respect because you are the ones who are fueling the operations. So I think the moment we start looking at businesses as the entities that thrive or drives this economy is the only time we can be able to grow. So as you have committed that statement, I hope that the Commission of KRA can start engaging citizens, businessmen, senators who bring that statement on how they can be able to continue increasing revenue collection in this country. Otherwise, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next statement is by Senator Isaac Ngugi. Online. Senator Isaac Ngugi is
Thank
online.
you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Request for statement on the ongoing series of fires outbreak in Gikomba Market, Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the frequent fire incidences at the Gikomba Market and the adverse effects to the micro businesses, many of which are run by the youth of this country, Honorable Speaker, the youth that I represent. In the statement, the committee should, number one, explain the reasons behind the recurring incidences of fire at the Gikomba Market and the effect of traders who if any, being taken the national and county governments to contain the incidences, including construction of a fire station of a fire. And number three, Honorable Speaker, explain the status of the installation of CCTV cameras to complement other security measures as directed nation of national government on 8th August 2021. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, yesterday when I was not able to log in, about Senator Sakaja saying that I'm not even part of his delegation, and he had sought a similar statement. Speaker, representing the Senate, the youth of a particular geographical area, but the youth of this country. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Sakaja.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator IG Ngugi for bringing this statement. As I said yesterday, the main issue really is that there is the same statement brought before. And the same committee to which we require answers has not yet answered. And in terms of processing, Mr. Speaker, we need those answers. Mr. Speaker, these fires have been there incessantly for many, many years. And yesterday I alluded to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that one of the reasons when we're talking about the NLC, that in fact probably you should direct that this be done concurrently with the Committee on Land, not just security, is the issue of the title of Gikomba Market. There are people who purport to hold title to Gikomba around the 12 acres. And so the strategy has been, and those are businessmen, has been you ban a section and you move. You ban another section, you keep moving these people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need a clear pronouncement by the ministry, the custodian of titles, that the entire acreage under which Gikomba Market, the biggest in East and Central Africa, is public land. That's the first pronouncement we need. Number two, when it comes to security, and that is why we brought together with Senator Mutula the National Disaster Management Authority Bill, which has gone to the National Assembly. Some of those fires can be prevented by one, proper disaster management planning. The fire stations that we have in the city, there must be one there. We saw NMS, Major Badi, together with the Westlands MP, going to sanitize corruption in Westlands by receiving a donation of land for a fire station from someone who has grabbed the same land from Nairobi. How do you sanitize that corruption? Where Diamond Plaza is, that, Gigiri, where those are cars. So those are fire stations already. So you grab 2 acres and then you donate half an acre to Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, there must be the provision. There were code bikes that were done by Governor Kidero in Nairobi. And those code bikes could go through the thin alleys in Gikomba and the proper alleys. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, illegal power connections have been the third reason. Illegal power connections, and we asked Kenya Power in their social connection policy to tell us how they can step down the cost. That's why we have fires in Mathare every 2 weeks, Mathare County, constituency. That's why we have fires in many other areas, Mukuru. And finally, Mr. Speaker, of course, and this is extremely sensitive, and I always fear, getting too much into this because they are my people. Mr. Speaker, the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Some of these fires have been caused by a few unscrupulous traders who, when their insurance runs out, because, their goods, their stock is done, they cause the fires to get compensated. There's a small group, Mr. Speaker, and the traders themselves know who does that, who costs the other traders. So I think, but I'd ask, Mr. Speaker, that you ask to expedite. It's very embarrassing, and I even said I'm not going back. Because every 2 months you go, and you say, this must be the last one. We are tired. I go, I look for Mabati, I beg, I get Mabati, I get donations. 2 months later, again you go, you even look stupid to the people. So please, Mr. Speaker, insist that these committees, security, the Committee on Lands, Mr. Speaker, can bring us these responses within a specific time. I know we are almost going for the devolution schedule and the recess, but it will be so bad, Mr. Speaker, if we come back to the Senate after another 2 fires have happened in Gikomba market and many other areas. Thank you very much. And I thank Senator AG. Of course, we recognize you represent youth all over the country. I represented youth in the last parliament all over the country. That's good. But the issue was how we schedule statements that have already been asked for but not been answered, and then we ask the same statement. That is the only issue. And that is not his, because he's just joined. It is really within our secretariat to understand how that is done. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, it is wrong and incorrect to say that the MP for Westlands and General Badi are sanitizing corruption. Mr. Speaker, I stand to defend the MP for Westlands, who is my kid brother, that I've never seen him in his conduct engage in any underhand practices. And he has been...
What is it, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, while I understand why my distinguished uncle must defend his distinguished brother, Mr. Speaker, I did not talk or even intimate anything to the character of the individual. He possibly didn't know. It was a function about a fire station. But I'm saying the activity they engaged in amounted to sanitizing corruption. Because, Mr. Speaker, you cannot have land that has been grabbed, and it's public knowledge. You have the deed plans of more than 2 acres that has been there. It's supposed to be a fire station. And then an individual says that out of this, I am donating now, because you've acquired it, I'm donating a quarter of an acre to Nairobi County government to build a fire station. That act itself is corruption. So while the individuals might be duped, maybe they have been duped, maybe they have been misled. In fact, I'm even just chatting now with the MCA of the area. On top of that, there's High Ridge Clinic on 3rd Parklands Avenue. Same thing has happened. Mr. Speaker, it's the sanitation of that corruption that I have a problem with, not the character. I know General Badi, to be honest. I know Honorable Wanyonyi, to be honest. But they engage in an activity that then sanitizes that corruption. Mr. Speaker, those people must answer. The NMS must answer, and that businessman must answer as to how they acquired that property, which originally belongs to the people of Nairobi City County. So I have no issues with the individual, but the activity that sanitizes corruption, Mr. Speaker.
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the fires of Gikomba have become too frequent for any reasonable person to imagine that there are accidents. And if there are acts of arson by whichever individuals, for whatever motives, the government has to bring this to an end. A lot of traders, Mr. Speaker, in Gikomba are burdened with loans. They travel through very hard conditions to China, to Thailand, everywhere to bring wares for sale. And you wake up in the morning and you see all your wares up in smoke. Some don't even have insurance to fall back to. And once your stocks are burned down, Mr. Speaker, one, there's no insurance that will pay you. Two, there is no bank that will forgive your loan because your wares were burned down. You must be held to account. So it is important, Mr. Speaker, that the management of Nairobi, under Governor Kananu and General Badi, find a public engagement that brings to a closure, a permanent closure, save in very, very clear accidental conditions, these acts of criminality and arson that keeps on occurring in Gikomba. You can today, Mr. Speaker, just predict that the politicians of Nairobi will run to Gikomba, donate iron sheets, donate poles, donate timber, and you can equally predict that 6 months later they will be burned down again. And this is not right, Mr. Speaker. We want a full-scale inquiry into the cause and consequences of fires in poor neighborhoods in Nairobi, including Gikomba, Mathare, Mukuru kwa Injenga, and many others. And I want to finish, Mr. Speaker, by reiterating that the MP for Westlands is not and cannot sanitize corruption by his conduct, more so when he has been rated as one of the best performing MPs in this city.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I hear the Senator for Eagle Marakwet is acting the Speaker from his chair. That's fine. Maybe actually I need only 3 minutes. First of all, Mr. Speaker, is to really thank Senator Ngugi for coming up with this statement. And just to state from the word go that Gikomba market could be located in Nairobi, but the composition of that market is as Kenyan as Kenya can be. The traders in that market are drawn from every corner of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, when fires break out in Gikomba and consume property and destroy businesses, it is not enough to say that these are businesses and property belonging to the people of Nairobi. This is a devastating thing that has happened to Kenyans from every corner of this country who trade in Gikomba. And I know, the Speaker, that from my own county and from the Kamba region, there's such a huge, huge population of the Kamba community that trade in Gikomba. And every time that these fires break out, they lose business, their property is destroyed to the tune of hundreds of millions of shillings. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the Senator for Nairobi and giving suggestions as to what really could be behind these fires. But I wish, Mr. Speaker, the committee will get to the bottom of this issue, because if it is illegal power connections, those illegal power connections are to be found in almost every slum area in this country. But we don't have those frequent fires in all those areas. If it is the issue of expiry of insurance covers, that happens in every trading town and center in this country, but we don't experience such frequency of fires in those areas. There must be something about who owns the piece of land on which the Gikomba market is located. And Mr. Speaker, I wish and hope that the Security Committee and the Lands Committee will get to the bottom of this matter, and as I think it's Senator Wetangula has said, that perhaps by the time you're coming back from our recess, I hope that we will not have had 2 more fires in Gikomba before the committee even begins to sit. So, Mr. Speaker, you direct that this matter is a serious matter, and the committees must expedite investigations and bring to this House a report on which serious action can be based to stop those fires and to restore dignity in Gikomba market. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. I commit this statement to the Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. And having listened to the magnitude of this matter, I would require the committee to expedite this matter and should give us a progress report in 21 days. Next order.
Order number 8, the Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2021, division.
Looking at in the House, we don't have numbers. I would want to reorganize the order paper, and we go straight to order number 17. Order number 17.
Order number 17, the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2021, second reading.
Senator Kipchumba Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to move this bill. This is a bill that is being moved, I think, a third or a fourth time since we came to the Senate. It's part of the rubric of bills that in the first term lapsed after the end of the term because it was not processed by the National Assembly on time. Then in this term, it was caught up by the court decision. And again, now we are back to moving the same bill. So it's the third time. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not spend a lot of time to repeat because the Hansard speaks for itself insofar as the contents of this bill is concerned. This bill, I must acknowledge, because I'm a person who believes in attributing credit where it's due, was not my bill. It was a bill of Senator Stephen Sang, who has since become the governor of Nandi, and is the one who moved it last time. I can't remember whether in his capacity as the vice chair of the Legal Affairs Committee or as an individual, but I suspect it was a personal bill. I inherited this bill from him, and that's the reason why I moved it this time. This is the second time. I hope, Mr. Speaker, it will not also caught up again by the end of this term, and then in the next Senate, I will come and move it again, or maybe somebody else will inherit. Mr. Speaker, County Hall of Fame bill came about because there was a feeling that there is need, even as we have recognition of heroes and heroines in the country, there is need for us to have a mechanism within the county level where you can recognize persons who have made significant contribution in so far as the development of our various counties are concerned. You know that in most cases, before one can get presidential recognition, it takes a long process, and the process in this country is not even very clear. Yeah, you must know.
Senator Kipchumba Murkomen.
Yes.
Approach the chair.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I suspect you are actually what you want is for me to say, I beg to move. Actually, where's the? I understand you now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that correction. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2021, be read a second time. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is, as I said, this is a bill that is meant to provide a framework within which we can recognize persons who have made significant contribution to the development of our counties. Mr. Speaker, by the time one, and that is the point I was trying to make, by the time one gets national recognition, whether it is CBS or EBS or EGH or MBS or the lowest is called OB, or, HSC, yeah, HSC, Head of State Recommendation. Mr. Speaker, you know, there was a time in last term where a man was recognized. I think it was 2018, if I'm not wrong, 2018 or 2019, where a man was awarded Head of State Recommendation for eating his own githeri and queuing to vote. Yeah, there's nothing, you know, significant he did. And then, you know, people just decided that they were going to be given Head of State Recommendation. There are also people who got Head of State Recommendation for just running a Twitter account. You know, I think people were so fascinated, Mr. Speaker, that somebody had a following of maybe that time 500,000 or so followers on Twitter, and they were given Head of State Recommendation, apparently because they are blockers. Mr. Speaker, that was it was almost like a national shame and scandal. And if you don't know anybody and you are somewhere in Narok or somewhere in Lomuruti in Laikipia, or you are based somewhere in a place called Chekobey in Elgeyo Marakwet County, if you don't know anybody, and the DO and the DC and the DDC or the county commissioner does not like your name, nobody will recognize you. And even if the county commissioner sends this way, and the people who are sitting here feel like you come from a fairly politically incorrect area, nobody will come and recognize you. So instead of waiting for this very rigorous process or bureaucracy that goes with national awards, it's important that we can have our own awards at the county level. It also provides a framework for preservation of history, heritage, and culture of a county. We have unique cultures. Cultural heritage is a function of county governments, and County Hall of Fame gives room for preservation of that culture and providing a framework where we can have a history of our counties being preserved by the county government. It also provides a basis for education of members of public on the history, heritage, and culture of each of our counties. Mr. Speaker, the County Hall of Fame is expected to be established in every county and shall honor achievements of individuals who have made significant contribution. Some of them might be even discovery of local solutions, innovations, or persons who are known to have preserved or have the know-how of traditional knowledge. If you go to my place in Embobut, there's a family that is known for carrying out operations, especially for human skull in the village. After someone has been taken to hospital, the hospital has done what they have done, they bring the person back home and they remove the skull and they cover again. It's been covered by media houses several times. They are not very far. We come actually from the same ward. And it's people I've known since I was young. It's very fascinating. In fact, in the old days, they used to do it without any anesthesia. Nowadays, they have managed to collaborate with the local health workers so that they still does what he does. He has no form of education at all. In fact, the son who inherited from his father now, because the father has since died, was only, because we went to school with him, went only up to class 7. But he does that, because that is an area where it's rocky, people have accidents and they fall and what. After they have gone to hospital, they still come back and say, I keep having persistent headaches. Then they go and operate that person at home. And, it's known. People will say, okay, where is Arab Serone? He will come and sort that issue. So, the Speaker, such people should be recognized local level. If you think about them, that anyone will remember them in Nairobi, or for head of state commendation, it's very difficult. But because of this is an inherited skill over time, transferred from, parents through family lineage, through training by the job, Mr. Speaker, those people should be recognized. You come from people who have made counties to shine globally, not just locally. If you go to Elgeyo Marakwet County, you have thousands of athletes that have medals. And I'm not exaggerating when I say thousands. Thousands. Different kinds of medals. Some in Grand Prix, World Championship, Olympics. Mr. Speaker, it's a very sad story. If you go to Iten area, okay, Iten was in Gishu, Nandi, that place. And particularly because Elgeyo Marakwet for a long time, has been the county that has had, let's say, for example, the steeplechase. Ezekiel Kimboy comes from my county, and for over 10 years, he dominated that field. And before that, Moses Kiptanui, who is also comes from my county, actually the other side of they all come from the same side of the county, again dominated steeplechase for almost 10 years. So if you have a county like that, and if nobody has recognized Moses Kiptanui, head of state commendation or anything, those are the kind of people we should be able to award them in the county. One of the majority leaders in our county is called former in the last term. We had a majority leader in the county assembly, Wilson Boit Kipketer. We all know him. He was an Olympian. He won many medals. But when he was the MCA there, he was just an ordinary guy there, and it can easily be treated like any other person. He is a world hero by his own standards. I have had actually about 3 MCAs who former world champions. And so such county now gets an opportunity to establish a county hall of fame where maybe a whole gallery will become an athletic section because that's the most dominant sport in that area. If you go to other counties like Nairobi, maybe when it comes, it will now have all kinds of things. You'd have sports, it will have all kinds of sports, boxers, footballers, you'll have athletes and all those kind of people. So the thing is, this helps us to promote and preserve our heritage, our culture, preserve our heroes for what they have done, recognize them, and inspire coming generations when it comes to matters of contributing to the country. We have people who are very good in preserving the environment. Again, those are the people we should be able to recognize in our counties. The bill requires that the County Hall of Fame bill requires that there should be a selection committee. A selection committee will now sit down. It mirrors what we do here in Parliament when we are establishing or identifying persons who should be recognized. And there is a selection committee. The majority leader sits there for both houses. We all have a selection. I can hear Senator Olekina. I used to sit in the selection committee before. There is a selection committee that is involved with the presidential awards for Parliament. They sit 2-3 times a year, and then they recommend names from both houses. Sometimes you recommend names like they did last year, and then the State House will go and pick one side of the house. In the past, they used to pick this other side. Nowadays, they pick this other side of the house. So there's a committee, it has majority leader, it has the majority leader of the National Assembly, and a few other people. And all this selection panel now in the county level is composed of the clerk of assembly, the county executive member in charge of that Department of Heritage and Social Culture, chairperson of County Public Service Board because of the persons who are serving public service, 2 public officers nominated by County Public Service Board, and then the functions of the committee is to receive representation from the members of public and then recommend to the governor on its own motion or representation for persons that should be considered to be inducted into the County Hall of Fame. The procedure is well provided for there for the panel. The meetings of the panel, they meet at least twice a year. Just as I said, it mirrors what we have in this chamber. Again, in selecting persons to be recognized, due consideration must be put on the motive to ensure that there is no conflict of interest in the process of trying to recognize people into or indicted into the County Hall of Fame. Now the procedure is provided for there, that the governor, on recommendation of the panel, can an individual or can indict an individual or a body or unit or association of persons into the County Hall of Fame. And then we are saying the people who should be indicted are the qualities are provided for there. I had already said generally that you must exhibit exemplary qualities, actions or achievements of heroism, sacrifice, bravery, patriotism, or leadership for the defense, benefit, and betterment of the county or the country. Could have done it for the country, but you come from that county. A person who has made an exemplary contribution in areas of economic development, academia, public administration, governance, sports, journalism, business, security, or any other field. And there are so many such people who are now retired. They're sitting in our counties. And you must have any politician, I mean, all of us here who are campaigning, you reach a particular place and you are told, do you know so-and-so? You know, he served in Legico, you know, and he did 1, 2, 3. And when you visit them, they want to give you a lot of history about our country. Those are the people, now because they have been forgotten from Nairobi, should be recognized at their locality and their county. And don't wait until when you go to somebody's funeral, you now go and announce and say, we should name this road after this person. We should have that opportunity at the county level through this bill to recognize these people in good time. All the criteria is provided for there. I'm trying to jump, I don't want to repeat. And then there must be public participation, public hearing, public representation, because these are processes that can be challenged. You may end up bringing somebody who is a divisive character in the county, and the residents end up not being happy. So there must be public representation, there must be public participation that will ensure that the people who have been selected are properly selected. And then there must be establishment of a register. Those people who know generally Hollywood Hall of Fame or all these other places where we have in the world Hall of Fame, you know that there must be a proper register that is established that will ensure that names of the persons are identified, the awards that they are given, the time that they were inducted into the Hall of Fame, and so forth. If you have been put into the County Hall of Fame, it is not absolute that you will be there forever. If it's discovered that you have become disgraceful thereafter, you are now promoting tribalism, war, you've been arrested, you are a murderer, yeah? You will undo, Mr. Speaker, you will undo all the things that you have done before. And the Bible says in Ecclesiastes, it's better the end of the matter than the beginning. So you can start well in the spirit and you end in the flesh. So it's important that if you reach a position where you change your mind and you become a villain, Section 16 of the Act requires that there is room for you to be suspended from that induction or revoke the induction of such person, which is acts are inconsistent with the provisions of the Act or the Constitution or morality and so forth. The Hall of Fame recognizes, it's possible to recognize persons or indict persons to the County Hall of Fame posthumously, or you can be removed from the County Hall of Fame posthumously if information gets into the county and the panel through this process in the Act that you have been, or later it is discovered that you were indicted fraudulently, or the information that was provided for is not a proper representation of who you are. The law allows that you can be removed or revoked from the County Hall of Fame posthumously. Mr. Speaker, all these provisions Section 18, actually, I can say this when Governor Sang was here as a senator. Part of it was inspired by the desire to bring the artifacts of Koitolela Rap Samoy from London back to Nandi. And you can see it says that the selection committee may receive historical items or artifacts donated to it to preservation in the County Hall of Fame, and all these other things. And the county should be able, I believe, to find mechanisms of encouraging various artifacts to be donated to the county, things that were used in the past, tools that were used, and so forth. It is an offense, Mr. Speaker, to give false representation for a person to be indicted to the County Hall of Fame, or to receive bribes or solicit money. And I will not be surprised with the level of corruption that we have in this country. And we need to agree with the level of corruption in this country. I will not be surprised that someone will go to some businessman somewhere and say, you know, I've proposed your name to be put in the County Hall of Fame. It's a very important thing. If you travel, you will say, I'm a hero from Elgeyo Marakwet County. Then they say, but alafu uone vile wazee wataka, you know. So, again, that is an offense, and it's an offense to do so. Both, of course, bribery generally is an offense under the Penal Code and also the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, but also in this act, it's an offense both to give and to receive a bribe for purposes of being indicted to the County Hall of Fame. Again, regulations may be made under this act by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of or involved on matters heritage in this country, but with the approval of the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, very straightforward bill. I hope we can have time to. The good thing with this bill is that in the manner in which it's being moved now is after being revised and revised and revised again. So the reason why it's fairly finer, unless, of course, new ideas come and the Senate can add more ideas, the committee will come back with its report, whether there will be more amendments. But what's important is that we can, if we can expedite this bill to become part of the rubric of the bills we should finish by next week. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, to have people in this chamber now is going to be scarce and scarce, you know. Once we close for this long break, for this December, January, up to February, Mr. Speaker, we will come back here somewhere in February, towards the end of it. Let me give you a story. You come here somewhere in February, because I can see everybody who's in the chamber is here for the first time. We will come back here, except myself. We'll come back here later February, and you will barely raise 5 people in the chamber, because everybody will be campaigning to win the popular ticket in the areas they come from. And by April, we will be begging each other, thank God for Zoom and the technology we are using, we'll be begging each other to vote for the division of revenue and county allocation of revenue. And then, Mr. Speaker, we will have now more people coming here in May after losing their party certificates, Mr. Speaker, and they have now decided they have retired from politics. They come and enjoy their last 3 months. The people will be more frequenting here are those who know that for sure they have now gone home. But for almost a quarter of this house, a third of this chamber, who are going to be governors, they will be too busy to appear here. Mr. Speaker, I believe me and you, and I can see almost all of us who are here. There is no accident that we are here this late. It's because we still believe in the Senate. And therefore, I beg to move and welcome Senator Enoch Wambua Kio to second.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the senator for Elgeyo Marakwet is scaring some of us when he says that from May, the senators that will be found in this chamber are the ones who will have given up. I don't know what that means, because I intend to be here in May to continue with the work that the people of Kitui gave me to do in this Senate. And I'm very sure I am coming back after the August 9th elections next year as a senator of Kitui County. So we will prove the senator of Gikomba wrong on that score. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second this bill, a bill on the County Hall of Fame, 2021. The Speaker, in seconding this bill, I will make a few general comments and then go to the specifics of the clauses in the bill, and begin where the mover began. That this isn't the first time that we are interacting with this bill. We did it 2 years ago. We made our comments, and so our comments are safe in the answered. But because it has to be moved afresh to comply with a court order, the Speaker, I am glad that the responsibility of moving this bill afresh has fallen on me. The Speaker, I want to begin by saying a good thing. And when we recognize achievement, it is part of what we call positive reinforcement. You give people the urge, the determination to do. So recognition is a good thing. And this County Hall of Fame, Mr. Speaker, which is supposed to be established in every county in this country, is supposed to be a big source for positive reinforcement in all spheres of life in our counties. The Speaker, these spheres should not be limited to just sports and recognition and awards by the governor and other big offices in the counties. The Speaker, this recognition should also extend to even academics. I would expect, Mr. Speaker, in the Hall of Fame of Kitui County, the candidate who performs best in KCPE is recognized and our name makes to the list of the Hall of Fame for that year. Both the boy that performs the best in KCPE and the girl that performs the best in KCPE, the same for KCSE, both boys and girls. And there are also institutions in our counties, especially schools, that have a track record. They are trailblazers in academic performance. Those institutions should also make to the list at the Hall of Fame. There are persons, Mr. Speaker, that really are not recognized, and yet they should be recognized and their achievements rewarded. There are traditional people who do very complicated things that require a serious medics. For instance, Mr. Speaker, where I come from in a town called Kabati, there is a woman called Anne Masika. Anne Masika has made a name for herself in doing orthopedic work, bones, straightening of bones. If you have a problem with your bones and all the doctors in the country are unable to deal with it, then you just go to Anne Masika in Kabati and she deals with it and uses no machines, but she is able to just straighten your bones, and she's made a name for herself in that area. There is a man, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, is a man from Mwingi. This man, his wife died. He knew that his wife had died, but for the community, she had just disappeared. You know, she disappeared. Nobody knew where she went. And this man was able to preserve the body of his wife, believing that one day she will wake up, and use herbs, traditional herbs, to preserve the body for more than 5 years. Instead of that man being recognized, he was taken in by the police, Mr. Speaker, because of keeping a dead body in the house. You see, these are the things that we're talking about. Things that can never be recognized at the national level, but people who, in other jurisdictions, maybe that man would have been taken to a serious research institution to help researchers in medicine to understand the herbs that he has been using to preserve the body, and that could be improved to modern science to help medics in their work. The Speaker, I will not forget, because I had Murkomen moving the bill, talk about the wild beaters from Iten and most parts of the Rift. We also have, Mr. Speaker, where I come from, people who have excelled in other fields. I remember my friend Isaac Kalua, who is a serious conservationist. You know, the Green Foundation. He's done so well in reforestation. And these are people that the County Hall of Fame should be able to recognize and honor. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the bill. And very briefly, so, Mr. Speaker, one of the conflicts that I foresee, by the way, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, is that once it becomes law, and now every county is establishing their own County Hall of Fame, and one of the things that will be populating that County Hall of Fame are artifacts from our counties. The Speaker, you'll agree with me that the National Museum is a custodian of a lot of artifacts from different counties in this country. And those people in those counties, if the county of Narok has any artifacts in the museum, the County Hall of Fame in Narok may want a repatriation of those artifacts back to where they belong. So there will be need, Mr. Speaker, to deal with that issue to ensure that we don't deplete our National Museum, but at the same time enrich our own county halls of fame. Mr. Speaker, I like what Mr. Murkomen, Senator Murkomen said when he said that once your name finds its way in the County Hall of Fame, it does not stay there forever. If you misbehave, then there's a criteria for the name to be removed. And the Speaker, that aligns very well. And I know, Mr. Speaker, without dragging you into this debate, I know you also subscribe to the Christian faith. And you remember the words of Apostle Paul writing to the church in Galatia and asking them, you foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? Having started in the spirit, are you going to finish in the flesh? Before your own eyes, Christ was portrayed as crucified. Now, the Speaker, those who begin well and are enlisted in the County Hall of Fame, that is not an end in itself. There is a responsibility and duty on their part to continue doing good things, continue being good citizens. Otherwise, you don't do so well for the county, and once your name is listed, you start behaving otherwise, because when that happens, then you lose your slot from the County Hall of Fame. And that's a good provision in the Speaker, so to ensure that it's not like once in there, it's a guarantee that you will be there forever, irrespective of what you do. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives the governor the responsibility to induct people in the Hall of Fame, but on the advice of the selection committee. Mr. Speaker, I just want to sound this warning that governors must not play politics with this list. So that if the selection committee identifies and forwards the names of people that are critical to the governor and people that don't even support the governor, it cannot be the province of the governor to decide that we will not put your name here because you don't support me. Because this is not about governors. This is about the county. So, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be taken into consideration as we debate and pass this bill, so that governors don't appropriate the final decision on who is on the list and who cannot be on the list. Mr. Speaker, there is also a provision in the bill on legislation. And whereas the bill talks about a county government may enact county-specific legislation, Mr. Speaker, I thought that reference should have been made directly to the county assemblies. Now, they are the ones, of course, that are enacting these legislations. And one of the legislations that these county assemblies are supposed to be enacting is a legislation on the number of persons who may be inducted into a county Hall of Fame at a particular time. I feel that's a bit tricky, because how do you predetermine that in this year we are only going to admit 10 people in the County Hall of Fame? And what will you do then if in that year you have 100 people who in fact have been recognized by the national government for award in different fields of achievement? So in making that legislation, the county assemblies should be very, very careful not to stifle achievements and ensure that as many people as qualify to be enlisted and rewarded.
Senator Wambua, you are saying if somebody has been recognized nationally, it's automatic he's supposed to be put in the county's Hall of Fame. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Speaker, I was coming to that point. I was coming to the point of what do you do? What do you make of a situation where the senator of Kitui County is recognized by the President of the Republic of Kenya for pushing serious legislation on the creation of Mwingi County from Kitui County. And for that reason, the senator of Kitui County is given the head of state commendation. And yet back home, where the senator comes from and where he has helped to create a county, the governor, because she doesn't like the senator, decides not to put the name of the senator in the County Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, those are the things that I'm talking about. That the County Hall of Fame has got nothing, absolutely nothing to do with what the governor likes or he doesn't like. It is about achievement. And if a member of your county has been recognized and awarded at the national level for doing things at the county level, what will be the justification not to recognize and award that person at the county level once we establish this County Hall of Fame? That's the debate, Mr. Speaker, before us. If you ask me, it should be automatic. If you are recognized at the national level, then you should as well be recognized at home. But it cannot be automatic that if you are recognized at home, you must be recognized at the national level. Speaker, that's my debate, that's my argument. Speaker, this County Hall of Fame as a fame register. And I like that, a fame register. This, Mr. Speaker, is a very rich area, especially for scholars and authors of textbooks for primary schools and secondary schools. As our children learn the history of their counties, history and civics, to understand the people that have made a contribution to the growth of their counties, then the County Hall of Fame should, in my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, have a special place for authors, actually a library of some sort in the County Hall of Fame, for authors to interact with the material and content in that place and come up with authentic listing of achievers in academia, in athletics, in politics, in governance, in business, from that county. Because, Mr. Speaker, then the absence of that is that researchers and others will rely on hearsay and gossip to populate textbooks that will be used by our children to learn the history of their counties. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill. It's a bill that, if you ask me, it's difficult to understand why the National Assembly did not fast-track the enactment of this bill into law in the last session. Of course, in this second time, it was caught up in these court cases. But now, Mr. Speaker, that this bill has been moved afresh, and it has been ably seconded by the Senator of Gitui County. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all senators to make a contribution, a positive contribution to this bill, fast-track it, so that by the time that the things that Senator Murkomen is saying are likely to happen in next year, before they happen, then we have a law that we can say, at the end of the day, that the Second Senate was able to establish the county halls of fame in every county in this country. The Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. I just wanted you to reflect this so that when you're debating, you can reflect on that. We have Senator Olekina, who is a champion of female genital mutilation. And then he's the senator, and he's given commendation of the national. But when it comes to his county, he's not very popular because we are having what we'll have public participation. So are you saying that you are going to surpass public participation? Because maybe during public participation, he might not survive in his county. Just the way to reflect on that matter. Please.
Mr. Speaker, as things stand now, public participation is more of a PR exercise than what is actually supposed to be. Real public participation must also include sensitization of the people on the matter for which they are undertaking public participation. So they know what is this achievement that their son has been recognized and awarded for at the national level, which may not be relevant to their situation. And that their son has gone up there and conquered at the national level, automatically he has brought fame to the county. So, Mr. Speaker, public participation must be put in its rightful place, in context, so that it is not just people being told, vote for this and that. No, sensitize the people, let them understand what it is that they are carrying out public participation for. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. I propose the question, which is that the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2021, be read the second time. Senator Petronila Wele.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I continue, you mentioned Senator Lekina using the words champion and FGM. So I'm not sure whether you called him champion for or champion against FGM. You called him actually champion for FGM.
No. Please, Senator Olekina is very clear and he knows what I meant. He does not support at all. That's why he did not complain. You cannot talk on behalf of Olekina and you cannot purport to talk on behalf of Olekina. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. He actually complained to me. That's why I thought for the sake of the Hansard, we be clear, because it's a matter of record, that he's actually a champion against FGM and not a champion for. So I mentioned it for the record, Mr. Speaker. You also could have said, use the word for without realizing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will rise to make a contribution to the County Hall of Fame bill as ably sponsored by Senator Murkomen, and he has, as he has said, this is the third time it's being moved here, having been first brought to this house by Governor Sang of Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, I want to start from where Senator Wambua stopped on the issue of the national awards in relation to the county recognition of our heroes. And mine is to say that the National Selection Panel can actually now use the county selection to award the people the award at the national level for these recognitions and these awards. Mr. Speaker, the national mechanism of identifying and recognizing national heroes is marred in mystery, suspicion, and it's very political. The mover told us how in the Senate here or in Parliament usually depends on who is politically correct to be given these awards. And when we have a proper, clear criteria that is set up, then and it's publicized, people know that this is the criteria that is used to identify and recognize national heroes, then it will also bring a certain pride to the people who receive these awards. And like now, because it is marred in mystery and suspicion, then even when you receive the award, you're treated with suspicion. You don't walk around with your shoulders held high. Mr. Speaker, I want also to mention that the County Hall of Fame, as presented by the move of this bill, is actually to make this recognition and awarding of these awards be more specific to particular counties. We know that certain counties consider other issues heroic, while others will consider certain issues non-heroic. So when it is specific to a county, then we know that we are making these awards that are specific and that they make sense to the locals. For example, the gentleman who was given the head of state commendation for simply being eating his githeri in a paper bag, and in fact a paper bag that is banned by our environmental laws, was being given an award because he was queuing and he was ready to go through the pain of queuing so that he can exercise his democratic right. But we chose to focus on the issue of githeri simply because, as I said, the criteria is unclear and people do not know what exactly is used to measure up before they give these recognitions. Mr. Speaker, the County Hall of Fame bill is meant to bestow honor on individuals who are outstanding and exceptional in any activity or the profession they undertake, an activity or a profession that makes the county proud. That is something that has been lacking for a very long time. We know that at national level is very big, and there are very many people at the county level who have brought honor and pride to counties. How are they being recognized? What mechanism is there so that they can act as people to inspire young people, to inspire others, to modify behavior in the county so that people know, let me behave well, maybe, or let me take an extra mile, or let me do something exceptional. Like, for example, in Busia County, the young girl who rowed the boat and took the mother across the lake to the nearest hospital to have the mother delivered. The mother was in labor. Of course, she was recognized at the national level. But if there was no media, in fact, social media, to highlight that, then the national level would never have been aware of such an occurrence. But the county, because it's closer to the people, would have seen such a thing and awarded that young girl. So there are many other things that happen at the county level that go unrecognized, and those people are not encouraged. But we are able to modify behavior when we make this public. Mr. Speaker, the bill also will provide a mechanism of preservation of history and culture of the heritage of the county or of that area. In Nandi, for example, we have the Koitalel Samoe Cultural Center that is focusing on the former chief or of the Nandi people during the colonial times and what he did. In Kakamega, we have the Nabongo Mumia Shrine Cultural Center that is also run by families. They are not owned by the county, yet they are very crucial. It is in those areas, for example, if you want to understand why the Luya people adore and love the bicycle, that is information you can find in, for example, Nabongo Mumia Shrine or Center, because then there will be stories about the iron horse and how the iron horse was brought to encourage the Nabongo to collaborate with the British. And that's how that area became or fell under colonial rule. Such information will help understand the culture of the people, the history of the people, and why they behave the way they do. Mr. Speaker, the bill also suggests the County Hall of Fame Selection Committee that will ensure there is some form of public participation so that when somebody is recognized, the community owns that award and feels proud and makes that person a reference because they participated in the selection of that person. I only have an issue with it going to the governor as the final person. And we know that governors are very political, just like what happens at the national level will not have cured that problem. So if we could make an amendment so that once the selection panel has chosen a particular number of people, it gives certain marks. And the governor or the county assembly is mandated to give the person who had the highest mark, rather than leaving it to the whims of the governor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this bill.
Thank you, Senator Were. Senator Olakina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, sponsored by Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, the County Hall of Fame bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2011. This will be my second time contributing to this bill because of the sibling rivalry between the National Assembly and the Senate. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, this is one of the most important bills that every country, progressive country, that wants to motivate its citizens should have. Mr. Speaker, I always ask myself, what criteria is used in terms of rewarding people, commending people for different works that they do? A lot of Kenyans, most of us included, spend most of our time to be able to give to this country, committed, not because we want to be recognized, but because we care about this country. But for the Senate to now think that it is important to begin recognizing these individuals from the rural parts is something commendable. Mr. Speaker, we have very talented individuals in this country. This country is leading in terms of technology. If you go to Ngong Road, you'll find a lot of technology hubs. There are a lot of startup companies that have sold for millions of dollars. I remember I was talking to a friend of mine recently and told me that one startup company here in Kenya sold for more than $600 million. That shows you that there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. That was creativity developed by a Kenyan who should actually be recognized. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why I like to support this bill is because it encourages creativity. We want to be able to recognize individuals who are doing so well in business in their communities. You know, when I was growing up, there was a Somali man that I knew who lived in our neighborhood, and he had the biggest wholesale shop. But in that wholesale shop, you will find everything. Anytime you want something, even if it's not available, he will find a way to make sure that he gets it. And he was very creative. Even if something will not meet your standard, everyone knew and everyone spoke about that person, you know, Abdiashi. So it is important that county governments recognize these individuals. I love the aspect of having public participation because then people participate, and sometimes it helps do away with this nonsense, this corruption that now seems to be the only thing that thrives in this country, where for you to be recognized, you must oil someone's path. You know, it is quite frustrating to even imagine, you know, a state commendation of someone eating their own food. Yet there are people who spend their entire life trying to ensure that they create a good environment for everyone in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have young girls in this country. I can't remember the names, but I remember one young girl who has planted almost 10 million trees. That is a girl who ought to be commended. When I went to the Mau Forest, when we were planting trees, she said, this will be my 10th million tree. I've seen in our devolution conference agenda during the annual devolution conference, which will be held, I think, in Makueni, the president will be leading the nation in planting 2 million trees. If that young girl could come there and the president would take the time to actually recognize that person, and I think I have to remember her name because she really deserves to be recognized and to be commended for the good job that she does. Mr. Speaker, we have young men in this country who dedicate their time in transporting pregnant women in areas where there are no ambulances. They modify their boda to ensure that it can carry a pregnant woman because we have failed in ensuring that we devolved all the services equally, we develop every area, provide ambulances, but these young people continue doing their job on a daily basis, and they are known by Kenyans. So this aspect of public participation is something which will be able to help us. One of the other areas that I think we need to emphasize on, and maybe I don't know whether we have time to amend it. I believe we do. I'd like to maybe request Senator Murkomen to create a channel where people from different communities can be able to recommend people, propose people who should be recommended, so that when they come in, it is that village. Because you don't need to be a hero for the entire county. You can be a hero for your small little village of Olompokishi, of Ntulele. You can be a hero of your small little village in Kilgoris. And the people in that community know you on a daily basis, what you do for them, the way you give up, your luxuries to be able to support them, and the way they call your name. Swahili husema tenda nenda zako. But I know now this bill is actually trying to say, even if umetenda nema na unaenda zako, at least people have seen that, and they now recognize you for the good work that you've done. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a quite timely bill, and it is one that will help us unite the entire country. I hope that we can have a ceremony for all counties, to be able to forward the names of the people who they consider as heroes. On an annual basis, yesterday we were talking about amending the County Governments Act, where the county governments will be submitting their annual progress plan. I think in their annual progress plan, they should also consider a way of saying, we identified X number of heroes in this small little village of Sagamian in Narok County, and or in this small little village of Loita, you know, and Tasegra or somewhere else, and now these ones we have determined that we will sponsor them for them to continue promoting this heroism. That is the way we develop a nation. You must always have a mentor and a mentee. So those mentees should always be able to develop and they pay it forward so that in this country we can actually be able to live well. Mr. Speaker, if you look at, recently a friend of mine sent me a small video of children crossing the road in Japan. And when they cross the road in Japan, even if it is their right of way, they go back after they finish crossing the road, they bow to say thank you. I'm even told that in Japan, in schools in Japan, there are no janitors because the children are trained so well such that they can be able to do what? To clean those toilets, you know? So these are the kind of small things that we do. If we can start trying to instill that knowledge of responsibility, then we'll be able to recognize real leaders, but not people who are connected. Because I dare say this, if you are to line up all those people who have been given state commendations and ask them to tell us why they were given, they'll tell you, I don't know. I just found myself being called and being dressed very well, nicely, and what does it really mean? So I think it is important for us to put a meaning into it, so that when people are commended for the service to this country, it can have a meaning. Because nowadays it doesn't have a meaning. You hear somebody with his name, Senator Derito Kinyua, CGH. So you ask yourself, what is that CGH? Senator Derito doesn't even know that. And I'm not suggesting that the Speaker or the Senator of Laikipia will not know that. But most people don't really know the importance of it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I like the fact that in the bill, it also does not make it permanent. If you are commended and you actually enroll in this Hall of Fame, and you end up behaving like a hooligan, there's a way to remove you. So it will actually help people to be able to live a better life and to be able to live in a respectful environment. So, Mr. Speaker, because of time, I beg to support.
I call upon the mover to reply. That's the end of the debate. I'll put the question at the next debate. I need to organize the order paper to order number 29. Order number 29.
Order number 29, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 28 and 29, I rise to seek that the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 30th November 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is as a result of this House business, and also this House readjusting its calendar so that we can be able to participate in the devolution conference. It is very, very important. Come on, Anita.
Senator, lakini approach the desk.
Mr. Speaker, I hope there are now senators in the online to contribute to it, because at least I see we have one who can be able to contribute to it. But let me repeat it again. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order number 28 and 29, that the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 30th November 21st. Is that okay? Mr. Speaker, this is in line with the readjustment of our Senate calendar to be able to give us an opportunity to participate in the annual devolution conference. I think it will be something that will be able to help us interact with the county governors to be able to support the issue of devolution. I know one of the things that will feature very well in this year's devolution conference is the issue of the global warming. We know that the President will be opening the devolution conference in one of our counties. I think it's in Makueni County. And it will give us an opportunity to interact with the governors in a more friendly way. Most of the time when governors appear before the Senate is when they're being criticized, being asked about how they spend the money, or being called upon to account, or when there are issues that have been raised, like petitions and everything. But this will also give us an opportunity to be able to interact with our constituents. One of the biggest misunderstanding that exists between ourselves, elected leaders, and the constituents is that the constituents want to see you there on a daily basis. They want to see you there. In fact, they mostly say, we don't see you on the ground. We don't see you in the ground. And that's explained why the Senate today is empty, which is an embarrassment, because we are given a job by their constituents. I mean, these are facts, and I'm sorry that sometimes I just, speak so much truth that it hurts. But, but we are given a job by the constituents. We go there, we seek a mandate to be able to represent them, to be able to contribute to bills, to pass. Mr. Speaker, this bill that we are just discussing here is a very important bill. It's an important bill that encourages people to do well or to want to do better things for their community. But we are not here to represent them. We are busy chasing the goose. We are busy trying to make sure that we are so popular on the ground, yet we don't do what is supposed to be done. And this is the place where you have to come, pass legislations, and ensure that whatever legislation passes, it does not affect the people that you represent. But this recess now, Mr. Speaker, a bit short, for about a week, will be able to give us an opportunity to now explain to our constituents what it is that we do for them in the Senate. A lot of them will say, Senator hajajanga barabara, Senator has not built a hospital for us, Senator hakuna kitu ametuletea, where is your development record? Senators don't give you a development record. These are things that constituents need to understand. What senators do is to fight for you to get more money. And once you get those monies, the MCAs on the ground, they are the first point of oversight. They are the ones who have got to ensure that that money is budgeted properly, and it is money that can be able to be spent wisely. And then now, the Senate now comes in oversight. I think most people need to read Article 96 so that they can understand the reason why most senators actually carry out and consider their legislative job their number one priority. Mr. Speaker, it will also be important for us to interact with the MCS, who will also be in this devolution conference. One of the biggest problems that county assemblies have is the issue of lack of autonomous in their financials dealings, because all county assemblies depend on the executive for them to be given their money. If you ask our colleagues in the county public account, in the CPIC, county, is it called county or is it? County Public Accounts and Investment Committee. If you ask them, today they were meeting with assemblies, and today they happened to meet with the Assembly of Narok. And one of the biggest complaints was that we do not have the autonomy of financial autonomy. They have to depend. And then you say, why are these spending bills? How come they have accumulated so much? We don't have the money because we never received our full exchequer releases. So I think it will give us an opportunity to explore and interact with these MCAs, with the speakers of the assemblies, because they'll be there. They'll be invited to attend the devolution conference. We can also be able to sit down and interact with them and say, what do we need to do to amend the Public Finance Management Act, the PFM, or even try to figure out even the County Governments Act, so that money can be released directly to the exchequer. Or if money is released to the county governments, because under Article 217 of the Constitution, it says that a share of county revenue which has been raised by the national government shall be released without undue delay. It doesn't say that county government should only operate under one treasury. I think those are things that we need to be able to debate, find a way that we can ensure that when we have county assemblies, they can be able to operate. We also need to be able to explain to them, and this is an opportunity for us to share what we've learned here. We've learned a lot. This issue of ceilings, county ceilings, budget ceilings for the county assembly, it is important for them to know, because the money that they use, if you look at a county like Narok, their budget for the county assembly is about 700 million. But they may want to do more than that. Is it possible? So we discussed this issue. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it will also give us a time to reflect on what will happen in the next coming years. This issue of COVID-19 is something which is still there. We're out there still having super spreaders events, and it is good for us to share with our people and say, even though you like to hear as politicians come and lie to you and come and talk to you, just remember that you still have a responsibility to take care of yourself. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and do you need a second? And I beg to request my dear sister, whom I'm very proud of, Senator Petronina Were, to second. Lokorio. Senator Petronina Were Lokorio.
Thank you. Senator is also just fine. Thank you, and I beg to second this adjournment motion to adjourn the Senate up to the 30th of November, Tuesday, 2021. So we allow the senators to attend the devolution conference, which is the last annual conference. Moving on, it's going to be held biannually. That would also be very helpful, so we're also able to discuss issues that have arisen over time. Mr. Speaker, this devolution conference is very important to the Senate because, as you are aware, I think Article 94, 96, the Senate's role is to protect counties and their governments. Devolution conference is basically devolution is basically the core mandate of the Senate, and therefore it's crucial that that conference cannot go on if the Senate is involved elsewhere or the Senate's attention is drawn elsewhere. It's important that we go listen to what the county governments go through across the country, both the executive and the county assembly. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Thank you. I propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 28 and 29, the Senate to adjourn until Tuesday, 30th November 2021. Senator Olakina? To reply, sorry.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to reply. First, let me thank my dear sister, Senator Petronina Wera-Lokorio, for seconding this motion. I just want to remind our colleagues that when we come back from the recess, we have a lot of bills in the order paper that requires all the senators to be here. At least if we can even get 24 senators online, or we can get a few senators to be able to vote for these legislations, it will encourage those senators who work tirelessly, and our secretariat, who have always been there. They spend sleepless nights to be able to research for the legislations that we pass in this House, for them to see that at least the work they do is meaningful. We'll have a lot of bills, I'm sure, even the last bill that we just debated here, that we would like to see be able to be passed, during our term in office. It will be really embarrassing that we come here, we work, we spend most of our time, we spend taxpayers' money, but then when it comes to January next year, or even after the recess, and the sittings we have are very few. I think we'll probably only have about 3 sittings before we can be able to go for the long recess. It will be important for us to ensure that the bills that we've passed, they can be able to go